as we are on lap 123 of this charismatic French bulldog. Hank will be waiting for him at home and he'll be saying, woof, woof, woof.
Very lucky he didn't do the first hour because he could have quite literally been a fish out of water, but thankfully for Nemo, he knows how to navigate these conditions.
Their usual thing and going tits up, but we've got 6 hours, that's right, 6 hours to go here, and we're only on lap one.
Not too far away from Immortal Nick, but Immortal Nick right behind Vert Wheeler here, but Vert Wheeler still got to do that mandatory pit stop.
You can see there Vanessa enjoying this. She goes, "Oh, you're so brilliant and funny," and she absolutely loving that stream over there at 7 a.m. and this guy down there side by side with Random, and then it's Hoot Corp. Look at this down Kemmel Straight, Prince, as the team radio beeps are coming in, flying under the radar. Welcome to you, and it's so close. Is there going to be contact? Welcome along, ladies and gentlemen. We are flying into Spain. Third time lucky here, ladies and gentlemen, this evening. It's round one of season 2 of the Australian New Zealand Endurance Series. 14 turns, 4.005 kilometres around this beautiful circuit. Ricardo Tormo, named after the late great motorcycle racer from Spain. Turn 1 and turns 2. Aspar and Doohan, a very tight technical circuit before we head to turns 4 and 5. And very important to get your braking points right here for turn 6. This circuit, of course, opened back in 1999. And the Bernat Martinez at turn 8. Interesting circuit, provides plenty of challenges for the drivers, no doubt about that. Turns 12 and then the long run towards the final turn, the Adrian Campos turn 14 before we head back to the start-finish straight. 4 kilometres, 14 corners as we head into the race here, ladies and gentlemen. Better late than never, they say. And we've got more than 70 drivers, more than 30 teams. And I've got a Nigerian prince alongside me to talk all about it. Chuck Norris, your reputation precedes you. We are back for the third time. Hopefully, back to go racing here.
Yeah, fingers crossed, third time lucky now. So, you know, those clouds that I was worried about last time round are no longer a thing. You know, the sun is behind the clouds, as you can see. But, you know, track's nice, sunny, nice and warm. So, yeah, hopefully this third time lucky goes well, and we'll have to see how these drivers go into T1.
And we're waiting. We've got the countdown happening. Teams 2 and 3. Teams go 2 and 3 drivers, but Super VT, we did mention this, unfortunately, had Burke's boy pull out of the race as he's sick, so she will be doing the 4 hours solo. Tyre wear very high around this circuit, especially in the dry. Hello to Beaky. Good luck to everyone. Sheepy. Snorky's in there. Lewis come in with the sub not too long ago. And Blind Man as well. Speaking of blind, I understand what he's going through because I had the laser eye surgery a couple of weeks ago. And Nemo Nation says, "Hello boys, cricket season's finished, but it's time for BCG2 baby." Stone Harbour, oh hi there. And we are almost 90 seconds, trying to, that's my best race control impersonation, but we are almost ready to go. My student, says Andrelli, how are we? Big shout out to Andrelli. What about the track intro, Chuck? He is on fire as always.
Yeah, dude, Andrelli's on fire with all the graphics, everything that you've seen, all the track previews, all that kind of stuff. He just knows what he's doing. He comes in with the goods and allows us to do what we can with it. So, Yeah, dude, Angeli, without him, none of what you see on the screen would be possible.
Now, pit stop time, Chuck. I know it's something close to your heart. Pit stop lost time, of course, is around 65 seconds. So that's going to be interesting. Good, thanks, mate. Hope you're well. Thank you, Beaky. Replying back to Andrelli. Just a few legends here, if you don't mind, in the chat. Wilco saying no safety car. Let's hope we get a clean start. Don't forget to get your votes in. Do we see rain? As let us know if we're going to see some rain. It looks like it's all clear, which is more than what I can say for last Friday night. But pit stop times, like I said, 65 seconds max loss. All cars can make the stint time without fuel saving, as this track has a low fuel burn rate, Chuck. So no need to lift and coast there. Maximum of 2 safety car periods and no safety car in the last hour. But Prince, it gets better than that because there's no safety car at all.
Yeah, so we had a couple of issues. Thankfully, everybody in chat, you guys have been hanging on with us, as well as the drivers as well. They've been hanging on as well. So, unfortunately, one of the things that had to go was the safety car. So, hopefully, we can have that back for round 2.
As we see our pole position man pull away from the line onto the formation lap. 4 hours. We were considering shortening that a tad. Of course, it is 3 p.m, approaching 3 p.m. Eastern time. A little bit later there in New Zealand, where you are, Murph. Great to have you with us. Let's go Trash Talk Racing. West side is the best side, says Match. And Team Little Bear says Andrelli, you got the better end of the deal, I think. Andrelli is devastated that he's not going to be waiting around to take the safety car out. But here we go, our pole position man. You can see there for BCG2, Nemo's up and about in the chat. There we go, Distinct Andrew, some serious players here. Chuck Norris here today at the sharp end of the field. Cave Racing in third, Kings Racing with Wilco in fourth, Willstar in P5 for FTSC1, and our good friend Jimmy Payload there, and Mountain Goat as well, and Cloquet. Big field, Chuck, and big names missing out in Q3 the other night for the top 10 shootout.
Yeah, a lot of big names ended up missing out on the top 10 shootout on Friday night, which was pretty unfortunate. So they've got a bit of work to do. Names, those names kind of being BCG and Hooncorp. You know, we usually do see them in the top 10. So it's going to be interesting seeing them coming through from around the mid-pack here.
Certainly is. We'll keep going through the field bit by bit. Rigsy, the great Rigsy, is there a medical car at least? I feel we shouldn't be racing without a medical car. Well, not only do we not have a medical car, we don't have a medical helicopter, we don't have a hospital, there are no doctors in this part of Spain on a Sunday afternoon. So, Prince, not a good time to get sick if indeed you're thinking about post a note. Very interesting there, Chuck. There's notes flying around everywhere. Could we put that in the commentary info chat there? That would be great. But we're almost ready to go, Chuck. And I hope that the excitement, I'm sure the excitement levels are building here. We've got Keaton, BCG1. We've had one race start already. We've been spoiled for choice here this afternoon. We've got another one coming up. Distinct Andrew and Keaton alongside each other on the first row of the grid. And they will get things kicked off. Thank you, Rigsy. We do not have anything in the way of medical supplies. And we do have 4 PSN vouchers to give away here as well. We'll get to that in just a few moments. We've got the spinning wheel. Get ready for that. But get ready for this race before anything else, because the lights go green. We're racing here. And in Valencia at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo. Like we said, 70-plus drivers, 30-plus teams, all ready to go on a Sunday afternoon. Into turn 1, Keaton. And Wilco making a good start as well on the outside of Distinct Andrew. Can he make a statement here in the opening 2 corners through turns 2? We go now. They stream through turn 2 on the opening lap through the Doohan corner. Now up towards turns 3 and 4. And it seems everybody's got away cleanly, Chuck Norris.
Yeah, it looks like everyone's gotten away to a nice, good, clean start. So this third time lucky Trev seems to be going well. Hopefully I haven't jinxed anybody now. But yeah, it looks like everybody's off to a nice start here. Single file, no yellow flags. This is good racing so far.
Well, you can't win a 4-hour race at turn 1. As the old saying goes, you can certainly lose it. And they're all streaming through. Beautiful camera angle, that one on the apex of whatever corner that is. Beaky, if you've got no medical supplies, I've got an out-of-date first aid kit at home. It's almost as bad as those out-of-date first aid food supplies that you get when you're out in the... well, anyway, we'll leave it there, but less than 4 hours remaining, which means that we've got a long, long way to go here, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Beaky. Thank you, Rigsy, for worrying about the welfare of the drivers out there today, giving away 4 PSN vouchers to the value of $25 over the course of this event. Stay tuned for the Wheel of Fortune with myself trying to be Tony Barber. I think it was Tony Barber there back in the day, but Keaton leads BCG2 in front at the moment. Hooncorp, and the boss will be happy with that, of course. Nathan Howe and Nismo Nath, as he's known. But a great start there from Wilco as well, keeping them honest through the opening lap. Into lap 2 now, Will Star. Don't forget about him there for FTSC1. John for Cave Racing, dropping a few positions off the start line there. Nigerian Prince, not a good start for them, and they're under pressure from Mountain Goat as well here on lap 2.
Yeah, unfortunately they have dropped a couple of positions there off the start with a lot of pressure behind. So, you know, it's going to be on Mountain Goat to make sure that he makes a good move if he does try and go for it. But there's not a lot of easy opportunities around here, you know, especially with the Merc and its top speed. So, yeah, those guys have definitely got everything to play for when trying to make a pass.
I tell you,
we're seeing a good move with Sidorg here.
Sidorg there. We'll keep an eye on that one. You can see very congested field. We saw that being an issue in qualifying on Friday night. Almost 50 people watching us here this afternoon. Keep those comments coming in. First time chatter for 11 Savage Duck, 111 Savage Duck. He says the late Ian Turpie. I think that's meant to be, is it Ian Turpie, the game show host? That's who I was thinking of. What about Baby John Burgess? Do you remember John Burgess? Baby John Burgess, Burjo's catchphrase. Yes, talking about out-of-date food. Obviously, they never had a rat pack. I think that's what I was trying to refer to. My brain is not working, but Sidorg, unfamiliar territory for BCG1 here. Him as well, along with Matt and a few others well down the field here this afternoon. Unfamiliar territory. These boys, they're quality racers, Chuck, and they don't like to be in too much traffic, though.
Yeah, they definitely don't want to be in too much traffic, but, you know, this is just part of that misfortune from Friday night, unfortunately not making it out of Q2. You know, they've got to do everything they can to try and get back some of those positions they know they could have had. But Trev, last time around, I don't know if you saw it in the back of the screen, on the home straight, there was a little bit of shenanigans out of the final corner. BMW looked like it was parked sideways, cars kind of going everywhere. So, yeah, definitely interesting towards the back of the field there.
And those shenanigans you're speaking of, Nigerian Prince, involving this man, Rain of Fire, and he's around again. So he's obviously gone off the racing line, Chuck, and that can happen, can't it? You get some dirt and some marbles and etc. on your tyres, and then it's hard to sort of get things back on track, and he spun a couple of times there. So Cactus Racing right at the back of the field, car number 444, and car number 444, Team Little Bear. Someone awesome, Rain of Fire in that car, but they are not having a good start to this one. A new entrant as well for this opening round of the new season.
Yeah, these guys unfortunately having a little bit of a disappointing run early on. I do think the tyres are a little bit over-pressured now. They're going to be a little bit hot after those early mistakes that they've made. So Rain of Fire's just got to try and cool the tyres back down before he can start pushing again. Otherwise, he might end up making some more mistakes. But Trev, we're back up to the front here with Keaton. He's setting the pace. Not too far behind, though. Distinct Andrew all over him in the mirrors.
All over the back of this man, Keaton. BCG2 leading this race, just 6 and a bit minutes in. Distinct Andrew in second. Wilco now dropping back a touch. 1.9 seconds is the gap. Nigerian Prince. Will Star as well behind them. And there's battles. Things just, the drivers just finding their feet at the moment. We've got Sneaky Steve. Few new names in this field. Murphy's Law, never had one in date. Australian made ones, New Zealand and NZ ones. I think that's Andrelli. and Beaky sharing war stories there, that's for sure. Murphy's Law, definitely Beaky, but Savage Duck, who's joined us. I hope he's following Chuck, otherwise he needs to hit that follow button. Oh, Sneaky Steve almost taking off there on that occasion for ST2, T2, T1, S2, T1. Almost losing the car there in a big way.
Yeah, look, Elon Musk might have a SpaceX contract for those guys at the end of this one, with how well they launched off of that curb. But I just want to give a quick friendly reminder to you guys in the chat. If you're out there and you haven't followed the stream yet, please do consider hitting that follow button.
And there's somebody off there. Is that Willstar? No, surely not. Hammer there, going through. Rain of Fire at the back. I thought I saw a car. We flashed through the picture there, but there was definitely a car. I saw a flash of blue or possibly yellow there. Struggling at the back. There's Super VT. She is doing a fantastic job, of course. Burke's boy not with us here this evening. He's with us. He's still very much alive, but he's not driving, of course. He's a late call. He's called in sick, unfortunately, for work this afternoon. Sofa King, was it Sofa King? I just saw some car there flashing through, but they must have got going again, Chuck. Or are they still at the back? Is it Hammer? We've got Hammer and Rain of Fire bringing up the field. And Beaky wants to know. He wants to know from Andrelli. We should team up for one of these silly races one time. Armour Corp team. I don't know whether people would like you calling them silly races, but Chuck, we're going to go back to the front to see what is happening at the front, and he's still very close. Less than a second between 1 and 2.
Yeah, absolutely nothing between these guys. Keaton's got the purple lap of the race, so he's definitely not leaving anything on the table, Trev. He's going as quick as he can, trying to build as much of a gap as he can early on. As you can see on the track map, you've got P1 and P2. They've got quite a bit of a distance to the guys behind, but there is a nice midfield battle going on at the moment, Trev. Around Shawnee, Fuller and Hyperdrift, there's a lot of guys really close together there.
And yes, they are in just outside of the top 10. You can see Shawnee Fuller just ahead of him, Hyperdrift. We did have some server issues. No offence intended, Trev. That's all good. Just kidding, Beaky. Great to have you along with us here for your Sunday afternoon. A Victorian as well, if you don't mind. And Andrelli, born and bred in Wodonga. Aubrey Wodonga as well, and he's currently up in Queensland. It's a lot warmer up there, that's for sure, but it's hot out on the track. Lost Boys racing, Shawnee Fuller. And the battle continuing. We're seeing some other gaps forming through the field, but for the most part, Chuck, here on whatever lap we're on, it is still close.
Yeah, exactly. We're not even too far into the race, and everyone's still nice and close. So, the pit cycle is still a long way from now. They've got about a 70-minute stint timer, I believe. So still a long way to go until we start seeing that pit cycle. So hopefully these gaps can remain nice and close. So when maybe a driver swap happens, those battles can keep ensuing. Trevor, hello?
And you can see there as well that the max driving time, 2 hours and 30 minutes. Max stint time without pitting is 70 minutes, Chuck Norris. And I got a little bit shy there, if nobody can hear me. But it is a difficult... I was about to say, I was talking to myself, Nigerian Prince, but it is a difficult track to pass. A little bit like a go-kart track. There are opportunities into turn 2, the double right-hander as well. And the last corner if the car ahead makes a mistake. There are opportunities, Prince, for the opportunistic driver around here.
Yeah, definitely. If you're brave into turn 12, you can definitely make up quite a lot of time and then do a lunge down into the final corner. But, likewise, you can be brave and take as much as you can into T1 to capitalize into T2 as well. So a couple of good opportunities. But yeah, definitely the brave driver has to take those opportunities when they arise.
And Distinct Andrew, might have even unmuted myself there. Thank you, Nemo. He says, welcome back, Trev. Will and Wilco having a battle there. Let's have a look at that. Oh, boy. That's a masterpiece of understatement. Thank you, Rigsy. And we've ticked over to 50 viewers on stream. And there's got to be someone out there who has not followed the channel. Please do if you're enjoying this stream. Even if you're not enjoying it and you've got it on for some other reason, just click the follow button anyway. And not sure whether the Prince will be too happy with that, because we are in a followers race, not a space race. We're at a followers race at the moment. But this is the race we are looking at. Willstar all up in Wilco's Ginger at the moment.
Yeah, Willstar all over the mirrors of Wilco, so hopefully Wilco's got his eyes forward. We know he's a pretty good racer, but he said that, last night, a sneaky bit of info between you and me, Trev, and, obviously nobody in the chat's listening. They took a little bit of camber out of the car last night, from what I heard, so that allowed them to have a little bit better tyre wear. They said they were going to be a little bit slower than what they were anticipating because of that. But they think in the long run they'll be able to go a little bit quicker. So hopefully they can hold on to this pressure, but they are losing quite a lot of time to the front too.
They certainly are. You can see here, and that's the problem, Prince. If you start squabbling amongst yourselves, you can lose time, and it is, 5.9, almost 6 seconds now between second and third, and this battle of course continues as well. And you can see Willstar, John, Rigsy. Geez, watching this makes me want to not sell my PS5. Wow, that is a desperate step. I hope you don't need to take, Rigsy. Of course, very desperate measures there. If we could could we possibly somehow get him to save that PS5 or not sell it, or sell it to Voodoo, actually? Then we might be able to work something out. But John, amongst this action, he's stuck between a Mountain Goat and a Willstar, and that is not a comfortable position to be in. PC is calling. Oh, the Nigerian Prince just getting firm at the business end. Loves the bit of PC talk, does my Nigerian Prince. But Wilco's run wide, and is that a chance for Willstar to go through,
no.
Chuck?
Oh, it's definitely opened him up. The run into turn 12 is a tricky one though, so Wilco does manage to hold on. Hopefully he can remain to stay where he is, but one simple mistake now can sometimes lead to some more simple mistakes. So as we know, Trev, I've got to say it again, simple mistakes, they do cost a lot of time sometimes, positions.
Yes. Oh, John. Hello, John. Hi, this is John from Caves Racing. And I tell you what, John has arrived at a party that I don't think he was invited to. But is he making the most of it at the moment? 3 wide as we head down past Do and into turn 3 and 4. And we are bewildered. Because that is not the sort of chat. Thank you, whoever that was, for spamming the chat. Bye-bye. Thanks for coming. And we'll start now. And Savage Duck says, yes, but you can do this game on VR on PC. You know what you can do, Savage Duck? You can hit that follow button and follow this channel. Not sure whether he's following Prince. But if he is, then that's fantastic. If not, then please follow. Cheaper than running an XL race car, though. And yes, definitely. But boy, this battle, it's distracting my retinas, Prince, because there's so much happening in front of my very eyes here.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. This battle with Mountain Goat and Sidewalk that we're seeing in the background, this is some really good racing. Like they were going too wide a little bit ago, and they've managed to sort themselves out for now. But, oh man, that's one battle that's heating up.
Man, heating up here, John. Come in, John. There we go. And where is Willstar's drop back there now behind Mountain Goat? How did he get behind Mountain Goat, Chuck Norris, there?
Yeah, I didn't quite see that. So maybe there was a little bit of a mistake that happened that we must have missed.
Well, he's just having some issues there, Willstar, in the dirty air, Chuck. And if you're in the dirty air behind Mountain Goat there, that is not the place you want to be. But Psydog, speak of the devil, he's only 3 seconds off of P6 here. And Savage Duck saying I can unfollow and then follow if that helps. No, don't do that, Savage. I was only kidding. That messes with our numbers, Prince. We don't want to see that.
Yeah, no, I mean, you could play around with it a little bit, you know.
And we've had AMI failure. Am I a failure? No, you're not. Because, hi lads, do you run an Xbox race as well? We do have Xbox races on here, don't we, Chuck Norris? If you could please confirm that we do have Xbox, the ability to race Xbox in this championship, don't we?
Yeah, I do believe we do. I do believe we expanded out to the Xbox side of things quite recent, or it was later towards the end of Season 1 we branched out. So exclamation mark endurance will take you to the Discord for the Oz New Zealand Console Endurance Series, and exclamation mark Discord will take you to Kid Buyers Racing League. Jump in there and we can have a little bit of a chat.
Jump in, we will set. Oh, and Super VT.
Oh no!
Has been hit by looks like Vance and a few others involved there. I don't want to put the blame on anyone. But am I a failure? No, you're not. Please don't forget to follow. And now Super VT struggling. Of course, Burke's boy pulling out of this race. She is doing this race solo. And as you can see there on your screen, there's a bit of damage to the front of that car as well. So not great news for Super VT here in that Ferrari, Chuck.
Yeah, no, that's not good news at all. You know, there was a little bit of a moida there. Like you mentioned, Trev, I do believe she is driving this one solo. So she's trying to get the best result that she can, and unfortunately, didn't quite work in her favour with the incident back there. So hopefully it sorts itself out. But yeah, we'll have to leave that one to the stewards.
And we'll leave that one for the stewards' room right behind Gaz. Let's have a look through the order. There's still plenty happening. Stone Harbour there. P15 for S2T3. Right behind Mark Ledwich there as well in 14th. Still, Prince, we have completed 20 minutes of this race, roughly 12 laps or so. And get 'em Stoney, says Snorkel. And their battles are continuing. What is the pressure like, Chuck, here? We can see we've got 3 hours and 41 remaining, lap 12, and you can see Distinct Andrew right at the front of the field applying all sorts of pressure to Keaton there, Chuck. And what is going through your mind with a car that close to you?
Oh, look, Keaton's going to be hanging on for dear life at the moment, you know. Andrew seems like he's got the pace at the moment. He does have the purple lap now. He's kind of stolen that off of Keaton, but oh, dude, he's got so much pace that I believe that if Keaton lets him go, that gap might end up building, and unfortunately, that's not going to be the best for the car one. So they'll have to keep him behind as long as they can, do the best defense and position themselves well. But yeah, it's going to be a tricky one because if they've got the pace, there's only so long you can hold them back for.
Don't forget Wilco in third now. He's got the jump on John. Mountain Goat, Will Star as well. Sidorg working his way back into things. I'll tell you what we might do though. We might get one of these wheel spins happening, Chuck, because please tell the viewers what we are giving away here.
Oh, so I'm looking forward to this. We are going to be giving away, we've got 4 $25 PSN vouchers that we're going to be giving away. This is a raffle for the drivers. So Trev, I'm looking forward to getting this wheel spun. I'm sure you are as well. I'm sure some of the drivers are eagerly listening at this key moment as well. So Trev, I'll leave this up to you.
Let's get ready.
Look forward to seeing who the winner's going to be.
Let's get our baby John Burgess voice on from Burjo's catchphrase. Let's have a look. The Hearts Racing says Matchin. Lewis, just wait for the all-time little loose Andrew when I hop into the car. I tell you what we might do. We might go across to the spinning wheel. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. Are you ready for a spin, Chuck?
Oh, dude, I'm ready.
Let's
I'm ready.
go. Let's go. 3, 2, 1, go. And we're away for a chance to win one of 4 $25 PSN vouchers. Who's it going to be? Turtle, Mountain Goat, Captain Muffin. Captain Muffin, we have a winner.
Oh,
Captain Muffin has won. Prince, just get one of them out and send it off to Captain Muffin. I don't know a lot about Captain Muffin, but there we go. Captain Muffin has won. Ding, 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 ding. Captain Muffin winning the PSN voucher there. And close that one there, and we'll get rid of that off the screen if I can remember how to do it, Chuck. There we go. And so Captain Muffin there winning the prize there, the $25 PSN voucher. And boy, Prince, it is going to go off, isn't it, a little bit later on, because we've got 3 more of them to give away.
yeah, we've got 3 more to give away over the course of this race. So even though you haven't won one now, there's still an opportunity. There's still 3 more that we're going to be giving away over the course of the race. But for now, though, let's get back to the racing. I'm going to butcher the name, though, Trev, because I do love saying Immortal Nick rather than Immortan Nick. But he's glorying onto the back of the 46 BMW here. Looking good, Trev.
Certainly is. Captain Muffin, you are looking good as well. Captain Muffin, don't know a lot about him, but I'm sure that his muffins will be well toasted tonight, Prince, because he's got $25 to jump onto the PSN store with tonight. That is going to be absolutely magnificent. But 3 more to give away to the drivers over the course of this event. Stay tuned for the Wheel of Fortune. Big shout out to you, Captain Muffin. And there we go. Clocaine Metal Steel, still action aplenty as we close in on the first half an hour. Yes! Panadine Fort and Addict. I need some of that at the moment, I reckon. Might help with this back pain. But Panadine Fort has followed. Huge Muffin fan. I approve of that PSN name. Thank you, Rigsy. It took every part of me not to say something else. But Chuck, it has gone off, and we have a wiener for the first time here today.
Yeah, that's it, Trev. We have a winner for the first time. So Captain Muffin, congratulations. The admins and stuff like that will be in contact with you to do with your $25 PSN voucher. Don't go spending it all too quick. There's a lot of good games coming out. So definitely be sure to spend it wisely. But this battle, Trev, Andrew still clawing onto the back of Keaton. You know, surely this would be stressing him out.
It certainly would be. I'd be stressed out. Although I could live to be 150 and still not be quite as quick as these two, that's for sure. But it is so close. It's hard to take our eyes off it at the moment. 10 seconds further back. I don't really want to say it, Chuck, but is there a Jason Wilkinson train forming here from third down?
Yeah, I do believe there is. You know, I think they maybe took a little bit too much camber out, and you know, that's cost them a little bit too much time. You know, there's a fine line between saving tires as well as, you know, making sure that you're maximizing the most out of your track time. But yeah, it's a mistake that they've probably made, but at the end of the day, there's still a long way to go in their stint. They're almost halfway through, so it might work out for them. We'll have to see.
Let's wait and see, but still much. Oh, look at John. I reckon he's going to have a crack here into turn 1 down this. Oh, was that some contact there as well between John and Wilco? Wilco getting pushed a tad wide there. He's not going to be happy about that. But still, he's not giving an inch here at the moment. John is through. And the problem when you hustle and bustle like that, and you can tend to lose more than just one position, Chuck. You can end up losing more than what you bargained for. But you can see there, Wilco now down to 4th. John up into 3rd. Mountain Goat, Willstar Side Org getting amongst the action. Here's a chance against Willstar, Chuck, if you don't mind.
Yeah, this is spicing up there. I just want to touch on, I think Wilco might be in the wrong for the T1 incident. He looked like he tried to take as deep of a line as he could and then kind of cut back in a little bit too late. But yeah, no harm, no foul. But this battle, Sidewalk down the inside gets the move done on Willstar. That was a good send there, Trev, and he's on his way to making himself into the top 5.
Great stuff. Sidle continuing the march for BCG1. And yes, we've got Panadine. Thank you for following us. MI Failure also for following us. Great stuff. Wilco is angry, and I'm not sure whether he drives well when he's angry, officer. Thank you for that, Wilco. Officer Wilkinson. When he is angry, I'm not sure whether he is that great behind the wheel. Is it a chance to come in and cool the jets a little bit, Chuck, and get someone else in there?
Yeah, exactly. So he's gonna try and go, I guess, the rest of his stint, but yeah, he seems to be cooking his tires a little bit more than kind of, I guess, what he was thinking. So maybe that extra camber they took out of the car has not kind of helped them out as much as what they thought they could. But Binger King, though, he's looking good. He's still holding on to a P8, although he's got a bit of a gap to catch up. That gap to the guys in front is going to diminish a little bit, Trav, because they're all over the track. They're battling, so hopefully Binger can just keep good, consistent laps, and he'll be right on to the back of them as well.
And, well, we are hearing, geez, he wears that Nissan well, doesn't he, Binger? He always has. Would have preferred a little bit more yellow on that Nissan, then I'd be right at home with Binger. But I've got to say, Lewis has issued us with a weather report. And that is a rain dance, Chuck, that we are doing because the rain is coming. The racing gods have arrived. And rain in 30 minutes, Chuck. 30 minutes, which means it'll be here in half an hour, or an hour if you live in the Adelaide Hills. But rain is coming whichever way you want to look at it, Chuck.
Yeah, exactly. So the interesting part about this rain, Trev, is it's only going to be a light shower provisionally. We're yet to see whether that's going to increase or decrease. But yeah, a light shower at the moment in about 30 minutes. So we keep in mind that these drivers have got a 70-minute stint time. So that's almost going to get them smack bang on an hour, depending on how brave they are, running a little bit longer on slicks in the wet before they maybe hand the car over to somebody. But yeah, it's going to be interesting, Trev, because if it's only going to be a brief period of a shower, are you going to gamble being out on slicks? How much time are you going to lose versus, all the other scenarios that come into it? So yeah, interesting to see the rain coming at 30 minutes nonetheless.
So many questions, Chuck. So much to play out here. Oh, my goodness. We are made of questions right now. That's how many questions there are. But this is round 1 of a new season of the Australian-New Zealand Console Endurance Series. And, Chuck, please get all those links out, because if you want to join, you are more than welcome to join. We've got 70-something drivers, 30-something teams, Prince. It is going off here at the moment.
Yeah, it is absolutely going off. It's going well. And if you're out there, sorry, I'm just trying to multitask at the moment. If you're out there and you are enjoying the stream, please do consider hitting the follow button. And if you do want to support Trev and the stream, you can do so by using your Amazon Prime sub. It's free, or you can sub in general. But either way, we greatly appreciate all support, no matter what it is. And, we'd love to have you a part of the community.
We would absolutely love to have you, as well as the 43 people watching this stream. We are half an hour in, 3.5 hours to go. Track temperature of 34 degrees, air temperature of 28. And you can see here metal steel getting very, very serious indeed, if you don't mind, in this battle here between him and HSV in the Ferrari. HSV moving across, nothing wrong with that. And you can see there, defensive driving, Ferrari versus Ferrari. The 151 driver here and the 100 car, PRT versus 151 Motorsport. And here's an interesting battle. Someone awesome. Team Cactus holding up the rear. Great to see Team Cactus back there. I think we've got Hammer in the pits. as well. We'll keep an eye on that. But Cactus with Rain of Fire right at the back of the field. There's still some interesting battles, even right at the back, Chuck, between Gaza and Rain of Fire. So right throughout the field, BMW versus BMW here bringing up the rear.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it doesn't matter what's kind of happened early on in the race. You know, the main thing is you're still pushing forward, you know, and you're making the most out of it. And, you know, you might be almost the last on the grid, but, you know, you're still in a nice battle here. And realistically, you're not actually too far away from the rest of the people. So it does look like Gaz is getting out of the way of Rain of Fire. He probably thinks that he's a little bit quicker. It's a battle I don't really want to play around with, so I'll just let him go. I'll claw onto the back, and then I can continue running my own race. So a good decision by Gaz there, I think.
Great decision. An even better decision would be to follow this channel if you haven't already. Lap 20 of this race, and this is just incredible, Chuck. The gap at the front is just unbelievable. You can see there that it's still continuing there. Hammer Time has sent a message through, Chuck, saying he is retiring. So Hammer Time, that squad is retiring down the back there. So disaster for that team, just a tick over half an hour into this race. Not good for them.
Yeah, obviously it just wasn't their day. Unfortunately, something's gone on, and yeah, they have had to sadly retire the car. But hopefully they can come back stronger for round 2. But yeah, Trev, you hate to see it. First 30 minutes of the race, and you're having to make that tough decision to retire the car. It's definitely not an easy one, no matter how far through the race you are, to make that call.
Definitely is not. I can tell you now. Do stay tuned. We've had Captain Muff Muffin, who has won a $25 PSN voucher, if you don't mind. If you weren't, I tell you what, that would be great, Andrelli. Thank you for that. If you can just send those through. 5 seconds is a little bit ambitious. Sorry, we're just getting some word from the great. I tell you what about these graphics, if you don't mind? All thanks to the track preview, the graphics, the grid graphics, all thanks to one man and one man only, and that man is Andrelli. And what a fantastic job he does. Born and bred in Wodonga, Albury Wodonga in Victoria / New South Wales, and he just keeps going from strength to strength, and a bit like this battle now. And what do these drivers behind John? You can see John here. He's got past Wilco, but he's not exactly flying off into the distance, is he, Chuck? He's really just sticking with that pack, isn't he?
Yeah, so I think John has used quite a lot of his tyres when he was defending early on, and then as well as getting the moves that he did done, I do believe that he's probably chewed his tyres up a little bit quicker than probably what you ideally want to. So he's not able to stretch the legs as much, so it's just about managing the tyres, managing this gap, knowing Wilco is struggling a little bit. You know, if you can just keep a slightly consistent lap, you know, that gap will slowly form. So Wilco, though, he does have Sidewalk to think about now. Sidewalk has been a man on a mission, Trev. He started somewhere around P15 after an unfortunate qualifying on Friday night. So he's come out in full force over the course of this first 35 minutes or so, and you know, he's up to P5 right on the tail end of Wilco, and that's going to be a battle to watch.
This is a great battle. I could not concur any more. You can see this battle continuing. Jason, Sidehawk, Mountain Goat, and then behind him is Willstar and Sidehawk. They got knocked out, didn't they, in qualifying 2 on Friday night, but 52 people, Chuck Norris. Please, at the height of our powers, give yourself a shout out, because Prince will get funny if I get too many followers. So please help if you're out there listening, because he might get violent with me. But 3 hours and 24 seconds. Boy, they just lightning world record speed there for that. I love it, Prince.
Sorry, I'm Freddy Fast Fingers at the moment.
Oh, hello, I'm Freddy Fast Fingers.
Sorry, before I run away,
yes.
Drive through for Smitty.
And Smitty has a drive-through. What on earth happened there? I do not know. But he's down in P12 for that team, Hooncorp. And Smitty now under all sorts of pressure there from Scar. And wow, let's have a look. Drive-through penalty must have been track limits or something. The Nigerian Prince will get back to us in just a few moments there. Click that love heart button and follow the Prince if you haven't already, because we're into this race, 23 laps into this race. Smithy serving his drive-through penalty straight away, and it seems that Vance also has a drive-through penalty. This is unprecedented here, and a little bit silly salmon there coming onto the start-finish straight, but two drivers with drive-through penalties, but Vance electing to continue on rather than serve that penalty. We can see Smitty coming into the pits and out again. But boy, disaster for those two here at the moment. And let me tell you, sneaky Steve-O down there in 17th. It's McLaren. Very much 2x2. Two Ferraris, and then we've got a McLaren in that sandwich. Then three Porsches. And right down the back, Hammer has retired. We did hear that. Gaz still circulating as well. And Chuck, we are hearing that is for track limits, we believe.
Yeah, so reports are that it's drive-throughs for track limits early on. So the one thing that is really tricky about Valencia is in the wet, which they'll find out in, I'd say 20 minutes. They'll find out what it's like in the wet versus in the dry. And those that did the qualifying night should hopefully have practiced a little bit more in the wet, because you can take so much of the track, especially all the runoff that you see in Gaz running at the moment and stuff like that. You can see those drivers taking that runoff. In the wet, you can't touch any of that. But there's such a fine line when you're running beyond that white line before you get a track warning. And around Valencia, from past experience, those track warnings can creep up very, very quick.
And you mentioned creeping up, Nigerian Prince. It appears that we've had a lead change here. Ooh. Because Distinct Andrew, they've made their move, Hooncorp Esports, and now they are leading this race. And they're not only leading, I wouldn't say they're pulling away, Chuck, but is this a chance for now Distinct Andrew to really get his head down here and focus on this next part of the race before their first stop here? They are out in front now at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. So Andrew was held behind Keaton for quite a while there, Trev. They had a nice battle going on. Unfortunately, we did miss the lead change. But Andrew should hopefully be able to stretch his legs now. He might have conserved a little bit being stuck behind Keaton, but a lot of these drivers are starting to see drive-throughs for track limits. So how many are these guys on? How many are the other drivers on? Those simple mistakes can sometimes cost you a lot of time, but he's holding this gap here, Trev. 7/10 hasn't lost too much.
No, 25 laps gone. However many we can get done in the next 3 hours and 20 minutes. We are 40 minutes into this race, 3 hours and 20 to go. Keaton there still in P2. And then it's John now, who has pulled away slightly, not greatly, but Sidehawk up to 4th. Now, I know you're not a betting man, Chuck, but if you were, would you put a chicken tender on Sidehawk for BCG1 here? They are flying at the moment. Is it too much of a mountain to climb, or can anything still happen?
Oh, look, anything can happen at the moment. Sidehawk's a man on a mission. The Porker has probably used up a lot of those tyres early on, and this last 20 minutes is going to be quite rough, I think, for him. So he's done quite a lot over the course of this first stint. Now let's just manage it, try and bring it into the pit lane when the rain kicks in, and maybe do a driver swap or try and make the most out of it again. But this battle at the back here, Trev, this might be a battle for P29, 28, but this is heating up. This is good.
Look at this. Thank you for drawing our attention to that. Somewhat awesome. Glassy and Rain having a good battle there. A ding-dong, as we like to call it. Jax Nove, 87 says go. Will Star Matchin, is the commentary box open for visitors? It certainly is. And is that Jimmy there who's with us? We'll get to that in a moment. But this battle continuing to rage like you wouldn't believe. Oh, and somebody running wide there. I thought it might have been Glasso having a moment as we've got Matchin with us. Are you there?
Yeah, here guys. How you going?
Fantastic, mate. Talk us through how things have been going for your team in the opening 40 minutes, mate. Talk us through the race so far from your perspective.
Yeah, so it was a bit of a hectic start, really. We got caught up in a bit of a bingle about 10 minutes in, so we had Cloquet come out the inside and hit Sofa King, I think. We got caught up on the outside of that, so we dropped about 5 places, but we're slowly making our way back.
And you can see there Cloquet on our screens here at the moment. Thank you for that. Just getting a few messages through. But what is what's the target? What's the aim here this afternoon for yourself and your team? Matchin, what are we expecting here? What's we looking to get in the top 10, maybe more?
I think we're going to aim for a podium in our class, so we're a Pro-Am class, so we've got two places to make up for that. Yeah, if we can get there, then we'll be happy with that. So yeah, we screwed up qualifying a little bit yesterday, so not quite in the position we wanted to be in to start, but Nick's done pretty well with the opening stint, so he's made up a few places.
Great stuff. We appreciate your time, mate, and if anyone's out there, please don't be shy. Jump into the commentary box with us. We'd love to have a chat with you. Still plenty of time to play out, plenty of things to happen in this race. All the best for you and your squad. Jimmy, thanks for joining us.
Thanks, guys.
Great stuff. Jimmy there. And you can hear these drivers, Chuck Norris, can't you? They're just limiting the expectations, but still nonetheless having high expectations as well, that anything is possible in a race as long as this one.
Yeah, exactly. 4 hours is a long time. The rain as well is going to shake things up. So, some teams might have a weather merchant that loves the rain, kind of like a duck in water, you know what I mean? The moment it sees it, it's just kind of all over and they're just bloody quick. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how things get shaken up. But it seems like there's a lot of confidence in that team from what we heard from Jimmy there, Trev. So, hopefully they end up continuing to push on and have a good race here.
Yes, and speaking of having a good race, Cloquet right up behind. I'm dying here, but no, Cloquet there, Stone Harbour, still very close indeed. When is the rain coming, says Jax? The rain, still says 30 minutes, Chuck, but rain in 16, potentially it could be coming sooner than that.
Yeah, so I saw the rain icon when it was maybe at like 32 minutes there, or 3 hours 32. So we should maybe be about 2 minutes, if that, from seeing the rain icon go to the 10-minute, which will mean it's about a 20-minute light rain shower provision.
So there you have it. That is our weather report with 3 hours and 15 minutes remaining. And rain could be coming. EXO. Oh, and my stint will be in God's waterfall. It certainly will be. And you don't want to be jumping into the car right as that rain comes. You can see the clouds in the background. And given this circuit here in Spain, the weather usually comes from a northeasterly direction. There is no wind to speak of. I'm talking like I'm a local, Chuck. If you believe that, you'll believe anything. But either way, you can see the clouds are gathering and they're getting darker.
Yeah, it is definitely getting darker. It almost looks like a fog is forming quite close to the track. So, yeah, this rain is still maybe about 15 minutes or so away. So it's going to be towards the tail end of people's stints. So just a friendly reminder that most people's stints here, or max stint time, I should say, Trev, is 70 minutes. So they've got just under 25 minutes of stint time left before they need to come in. So that'll carry them a little bit into the rain. But it depends on how slippery the track is going to get. Because remember, you can take a lot of the track, or a lot of the track beyond the white line as you see on your screen in the dry, but if you try and do that in the wet, you're gonna have all sorts of problems. as Trev, we see Stone Harbour for the drive-through for track limits.
Oh, track limits just right on cue there. He might have even been outside that white line there again. And is it really worth it though, Chuck, when you really think about it, considering the time lost in the pit lane? He is... Ooh, I thought he might have been coming in a bit quicker than 50 there, but no, he looked fairly quick there, didn't he? But anyway, he's into the pits. He is into the pits. You can see there serving his drive-through penalty. And
Sorry to jump in, Trev. Weather update, rain increasing in 30 minutes. So that means we're going to have 20 minutes of light rain, and then it is going to be getting heavier.
Wow, so not only is there rain coming, but more rain is coming after the initial rain will come along, if you know what I'm trying to say. It is going to rain either way you want to look at it. And everybody out there watching, stay tuned. We're in for an absolute cracker. More than 50 people with us here as we close in on 350 followers. If you're out there watching and you haven't set up an account for your significant other, please do so, Chuck, because we're on the road to 350. And I know it will pain you to say it, but we are getting close to that 350 mark. Rain in 13 minutes, 20 minutes of light rain, then it is increasing very rapidly indeed, Chuck. I'd be getting your South Australian rain jacket out very shortly.
Yeah, I'm doing my little rain dance, Trev. I've got a little song going on. I'm looking forward to this. I'm looking forward to seeing how this is going to shake things up. So I don't want to leak Wilco's strategy or anything like that, Trev. But he was telling me during my stream last night that if it was going to be a light rain shower for like 20 minutes, they were just going to stay on slicks. So this looks like it's going to be at least half of the next stint is going to be wet, at least at a minimum. So it's going to be interesting to see what these drivers are going to decide to do. Surely they're going to have to go out onto the wets, and I'm looking forward to seeing who's practiced in the rain and who hasn't, because we're definitely going to notice it pretty quick, I think.
As Chipperton now right in a battle inside the top 20. Oh, Jimmy, no! Oh, couldn't have happened, could it, to a nicer person either. It's such a shame, isn't it, that these things happen. And Jimmy is falling down the order like a... Oh, where has he gone now, Chuck? He is offloading the payload there in a big way. Now he's got HSV right behind him. Jimmy, no!
Yeah, Jimmy had an unfortunate
and now...
moment.
Oh, sorry to cut across you there, but Dean McKinnon and Jimmy have had an incident as well. And Nemo says, no, Jimmy, no, don't be like that, Jimmy. Let's go, Chipper. And you can see there those two are just going from bad to worse for Jimmy Payload.
Yeah, Jimmy unfortunately unloaded his payload a couple too many times, and it didn't end up paying off for him, and then unfortunately got collected by HSV there. But good sportsmanship by HSV, Trev, I've got to admit. He slowed down. It might not have been the best place to park it up and wait, but he did make the attempt nonetheless and waited for Jimmy after making that mistake. So good sportsmanship nonetheless.
And now Stone Harbour wants some of Jimmy at the moment. And let's have a look here down the main straight. Look how close these cars are as we go down to turn one. Oh, I don't know whether that was going to work. And Jimmy is just getting beaten from pillar to post here at the moment. He made that mistake and he had a little bit of a gap on this pack, but now he's fallen into the pack and he's getting beaten around big time here, Chuck.
Yeah, so what I'm starting to think is, are they trying to sort out their pit strategy now? Are they panicking going, oh shit, it's raining and we need to set up wet pressures, and Jimmy's trying to map everything in his MFD and sort out the next pit strategy while he's trying to navigate Valencia, and it's not an easy thing to do. There's not really a lot of time around here to get that sorted if that is the case. But yeah, he's had a real unfortunate 2 laps or so here, Trev, so hopefully he can pick himself back up, shake off those nerves, and finish the stint off well.
Yes, a bit like your moment at Nords the other night. By the way, if you haven't, that was interesting to say the least. There is Jimmy, and BCG Racing and Jimmy have a bit of work to do. Here's Super VT, big shout out. Not that we have favourites, Chuck, but Super VT racing this race all on her own, solo if you don't mind.
Yeah, exactly. So definitely going to give a big shout out to Super VT for doing this solo. It's not an easy thing to do, but she's definitely going to be giving it a good crack here. She's almost an hour in, so there's only 3 more to go. She's had a couple of unfortunate incidents that have put her a little bit further back, but Trev looks like she's in the middle of a good battle here. If not, she might be actually getting a move done.
She might be indeed. Savage Duck says stepped out to make a cuppa, and Andrew was taking the lead, and Orphan Drop gained 4 positions. Pit stops. Have any pit stops happened yet, Chuck? Or have we missed?
Negative.
No.
But there have been a couple of drive-throughs for track limits. So that mixed in with a couple of mistakes from some drivers that we've been seeing has probably worked out to be those positions gained.
And big hello to everybody out there watching. We have peaked our viewers, 60 viewers. Unbelievable. We've still got 3 hours to go in this race. Round 1 of a new endurance season on the PS5 Console Endurance Series. And today we are here at the Ricardo Tormo Valencia circuit in Spain. And season number 2, round 1 action here this evening. And or this afternoon, depending on where you are in the world. Distinct Andrew now has taken the lead back again. And rain in 8 minutes for all 60 people out there watching. It is going to start trickling rain in 8 minutes. 20 minutes of light rain, then it's increasing. And Lewis wants to know, BCG4 just a blocker car for their 1 and 2 teams now. That's a little bit controversial, Chuck. Not sure if we can say that.
Yeah, a little bit controversial that. Don't know how that's going to go down too well. But nonetheless, though, Keaton, he was holding on to P1. He had the purple lap for quite a while at the start of the race there, Trev. And unfortunately, he's just been struggling a little bit, I think, with the tyres here. But looks like they're clawing onto the back of a couple of people here that have been struggling early on in the race. So this is going to spice things up, but pit stops, you know, with just under 7 minutes now until this rain comes in, you know, how long are they willing to stretch it in the rain before diving into the pit lane? Because, you know, that might actually gain you a lot more time. So that's something that P1 and P2 are definitely going to be thinking about for the next 5 minutes.
And you can see there, no, it is not, says Ranger Oz. Not a nice thing to say. And Savage Duck says, sorry, Stone Towel, not Orphan Drop, his brother. They are brothers too. Stone Towel and Orphan Drop. Not sure what happened there, Savage. We'll get our team of experts onto that one. Sorry for the silence there. We do have a team of experts, I'm sure. Chuck Norris, I'm sure they're on their way. If we do have a team of experts out there, might grab a cup of tea before the rain comes, says Jax. Jax, I'd be very surprised if the drips don't start dropping before that cup of tea draws. As you can see, John, and who is that? Is that Rain of Fire? Yes. Rain of Fire there. That's not for position, of course. He's stuffed up, says Savage Duck. But don't worry, Duck. It happens to the best of us, doesn't it, Prince?
Yeah, exactly. It happens to the best of us, and you know, it's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. But John, he's got some good pace here. Wilco's actually dropped off quite a bit, Trev. He's nearly 3.5 seconds. Actually, I take the back, just under 3 seconds now off the back of John. So Wilco's struggling early on. So yeah, hopefully the wet weather kind of pays off for them, because they seem to be struggling a little bit with the late setup change that they did in the dry. Hopefully that will mean that they're more stable, able to go a little bit quicker, and might capitalize in the wet. But is that John making a move, or was that just passing a back marker there, Trev?
May have been clearing some traffic, I believe. We'll wait and see. Looks like, is it Stone Harbour? No. And you spelt FTSC wrong, by the way. Thank you, Riggsy. He says, how you going, Sparky? PRT. Haha, yes. That's what we love to see, a little bit of banter in the stream. And when... Oh! And it's like someone flicked a switch upstairs or something. Oh, and look at this! Rain at turn 1 and John onto the silly salmon. And it's really strange, Prince. It's like it just started raining all of a sudden, because it is raining now.
Yeah, that was really, really weird. I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me there for a second. There was absolutely nothing, and then right as they were about to get into T1, yeah, it was like turning a light switch on. The rain was just there, and all of a sudden they had to completely change their line at the last second. So this track is going to start getting wet real quick. It's already gone greasy. It went fast to greasy, just like that. So I would give it maybe 3 minutes, if that. It'll be declared wet, and they're definitely going to be needing to come into pit lane early.
And Shawnee Fuller has done just that for Lost Boys into the pit lane. Let's see if anyone else is going to struggle here. Sophie King, Smitty as well. And now I'm frothing jealous, says Riggsy. Greasy slicks, hell yeah. How long can they go on these slick tyres? The track conditions are greasy, and I don't know about you, Chuck Norris, if you've ever dropped soap in the shower or the bathroom, it can get extremely greasy very, very quick, and it can just take one slip of your legs and you are gone from underneath yourself.
Yeah, exactly. You know, and if you're unlucky, sometimes Tyrone's there waiting for you. But I think this is too early to come in for wets. It's on the brink at the moment. I feel like if you come in at the moment on the dry tyres, they'd be going really cold. But on the wet tyres, they'd probably be going really hot at the moment. So it's kind of that weird kind of fine line. A lot of drivers are opting to come in for the wets, but I think if they were to wait maybe an extra lap, that might be a more optimal point for the wet tyres, just so you don't burn them up too early.
No, you don't want to burn up, that's for sure. And Voodoo said rain in 30 minutes, and bam, it was there in 30 minutes. What's happening tomorrow at 4 p.m? Might even have the lotto numbers for us, but I can tell you what, we are counting down, Prince, to the next PSN gift card giveaway. We've had Captain Muffin, the Mufasa himself, has won the first one of these. Oh, and hello, we got some pit lane action aplenty. Everybody, Barters now, Ritcoin, and someone else there, Scar, Sneaky, and Random. Everybody coming in at the moment. The rush is on.
Yeah, so it does seem like a lot of people are opting to come in. Maybe they think it's a little bit too slippery out there. But yeah, the track has just gone damp as well. So it might be that time now to come in for wets. They might still burn up a little bit. But yeah, this rain is sticking around. Rain will be increasing in about 10 minutes. It won't go medium. It'll get a little bit heavier before it starts to ease off in around 30 minutes. So Trev, in an hour's time, we might have a full declared dry track. But for now, let the rain ensue and see how much this brings to the drivers.
And you can see, don't ever apologise for being funny. Great advice, Riggsy. And come here, you, I said. And BCG2 is in the pits. And that is from our New Zealand correspondent, Cameron Norris. No, it's not Cameron Norris. It's Cameron Nemo. And we've got Cameron Norris covering all things in the Adelaide Hills. But Wilco in the lead and looking very silly salmon as well.
Yeah, Wilco looking good. He's opted to stay out that extra lap, which is what I would have done. If Wilco is going to do what I would do, he'll be coming in at the end of this lap, and so will Andrew, as well as Hyperdrift and Keaton as well, because I think this is the prime opportunity to get onto those wet tyres. But Trev, I saw earlier, Sneaky Steve-O has unfortunately sped in a pit lane and has got himself a stop go 30.
Well, I tell you what, you can see there, stop go 30 for this squad. Sneaky Steve-O, who he wasn't quite sneaky enough because he didn't get away with it, Chuck. And he will be experiencing all sorts of emotions, from devastation to grief at the very least. But you can see there, distinct Andrew in the pits. And Nemo, our New Zealand correspondent, Nemo, just saying, oh, get onto the leaders, it's going to be close. And Wilco comes in as it starts to piss down a little bit more.
Yeah, so exactly the strategy that I would have done. Stay out just that little bit longer until you really start to notice that it's just not worth it. And that was the moment the track got declared damp. You go one more lap and then you come in. That's typically a good crossover point. As long as you can keep it on the track, you will typically make a bit of time here. So, Keaton, Andrew on the exit. Has Keaton made himself a little bit of a gap, or is he floored himself onto the back of Andrew on the exit here, Trev?
Well, there's some traffic here. We'll get back to this front battle. Thank you, Nemo, for telling us what to do. It's much appreciated over there in New Zealand. And I wouldn't like to be facing him on a green deck over there, that's for sure, the way he's moving them off the seam and whatnot. But Keaton, we got, who we got, I think, have they lost out here, Chuck? Because, no, surely not. No, no, what am I talking about? Keaton's in the lead. Thank you for that, boy. I'll catch up sooner rather than later. And HC Lewis is there, and we will take a quick break. We might leave you with the soothing natural sounds. We might get onto a battle here. What do you reckon, Chuck? Where's an interesting battle throughout the field? We're going to take hourly breaks here. We're going to be, we might leave it on this battle. Sideways Polka and someone awesome battling it out. Chuck, we might have a quick break. We'll be back with a wheel spin in just a few moments. Listen to the roar of these engines of the Porsche, the number 18 squad. And we're going to take a short break, Chuck, and we'll be back shortly. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Great to have you with us. And let me tell you, inside 3 hours to go in this race. And Matterford on your pretty pictures. And big shout out to everybody out there watching. Rigsy, watch the Wilco car now. It's set up for a wet-based. It's set up for the wet based on Voodoo's comment of taking the camber out. And the great man, are you enjoying the race? Yes, get your votes in, Prince. How? Oh dear. And tell me, Chuck, how on earth can we have 2 people voting when we've got 49 viewers? Please tell me how that is humanly possible.
Yeah, so guys, at the top of the chat, you'll see a current poll there. It says, are you enjoying the race so far? Click on that and cast a vote. There's 5 different options in there. We'd love to hear your opinions of how you're enjoying the stream or the race so far. And yeah, I mean, cast your votes. But Trev, I don't want to spoil it too early. We did talk about just before we took a break. We do have another wheel spin, another $25 PSN gift voucher to give away. We've got 4 of them. We've already given away 1, and the first winner was Captain Muffin. But Trev, are you ready for the spin?
I am ready, and you can see there Captain Muffin Man won the first one. $25. 25 big ones, Chuck, on the PSN gift card side of things. And we are ready. Prince, are you ready? Count us in, please.
Oh, dude, I'm ready. Are you guys ready in the chat?
Yes. Let's do this. Ding, 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 ding. Step right up. Step right up. One of $25 worth of PSN. Who's it going to be? Who's it going to be? Is it the Birdman? Birdman. It's the Blind Man who's won. Ding, 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 ding. We have another winner. And VTX Blind Man has won. We'll remove him so he doesn't win again. And that is our winner for this second PSN gift voucher, Chuck Norris. It's going off here at the moment.
Yeah, that's it. We've still got 2 more to give away, so there's still an opportunity for that to happen. But congratulations to our first 2 winners, Captain Muffin and VTX Blind Man. But Trev, there's still a long way to go. We might actually drag Andrew in for a bit of an interview, Trev. And I think he's got us there, but I'll leave you with this one.
Fantastic. Distinct Andrew, the Hoon Corp superstar himself, is joining us. Thank you for giving up your time. But talk us through that fantastic battle. We're seeing it continue here on our screens at the moment. But Andrew, have we got you there loud and clear?
Yeah, I got you, mate.
Fantastic, mate. Absolute superstar. Pleasure to have you in the commentary box. Talk us through that first stint. Obviously missing the rain, but conditions are getting a little tricky here at the moment. But talk us through that first stint and especially that battle with Keaton.
Yeah, it was pretty good. The start didn't quite go to plan. We were hoping to try and get the lead and sort of control it from the get-go, but the launch and the reaction times just weren't quite there. So we ended up having to settle for second off the line. But Keaton was running a really quick, fast pace, which, you know, to his credit, he still is. I think he's, 13 seconds or something up the road currently. So that McLaren is working really well with a very quick driver behind the wheel. But I felt like my first stint really couldn't have been much better. We kept him honest. Lewis was really, really good, just feeding me little bits and pieces and news when I wanted them, just keeping me updated, kept me updated on the weather, so we knew when to plan and what we wanted to do, and we've executed everything perfectly, I think, to the best of our ability so far, so comfortably in second at the moment. The goal obviously is to win the race, but if we could start the season off with the podium, I think that would probably be the least I think that we could hope for, considering the pace that we've got and how well things have gone so far. But as they say, still very early days, like an hour and 12 minutes gone, still 2 hours and 47 minutes left, so a lot can change, but so far we're trucking along okay.
Great stuff. That was my next question, mate, about the expectations for this race. We're seeing the weather clear in a roughly half an hour's time, mate. So conditions can change. Still plenty to play out. We love having you along, mate. Absolute superstar. One of the best literally the best in the business, mate. We appreciate your time. Thank you.
No worries. Thank you, mate.
Great stuff. Distinct Andrew. That's right. The Distinct Andrew joining us. Fantastic racer, fantastic person as well. And you can hear some of these drivers and some of these teams, Chuck Norris, really not wanting to commit the expectations. They just want to keep a level head, don't they? And really keep their powder dry and their breadbasket dry, which is a hard thing to do in these conditions.
Yeah, absolutely. Thankfully for a lot of these drivers, I think, it was just a light rain, period of time that will clear up in around the next 28 minutes or so. That'll pay off. And hopefully some drivers have managed to capitalize out of this brief rain shower too, But yeah, keeping a level head and stuff like that, as we heard from the boss from Home Corp, is definitely one of the key things in these conditions. Make sure your driver is focusing on not being on the white lines and stuff like that, just until it dries up and you can get back and do your normal dry running that you would normally do. So they don't have long until it starts to dry out. But yeah, 28 minutes or so, if that, until we've got the clouds back out and it stops raining. Give it maybe another 10 minutes until we're back onto dry tires, and hopefully another rain period later on in the race as well, Trev, will come through to maybe shake things up again.
Well, you can see Stewie Wilson, a few battles going on there as well. We'll keep an eye on that. Maxi Blade on our screens. Wow, what a race we've had here. We've had a couple of winners here so far in the PSN gift card giveaway. And you can see there's still 2 more to go. We'll do it on the 2-hour mark and the final hour. And Wilco saying wasn't meant to be starting, so pressures were a bit off, but all good. I'm just glad the race is going because it was looking bad for a while there. Matterford doing a great job at the moment, but we're hearing from Riggsy, more importantly, that FTSC has jumped Kings in the pit stop. Wow, so they've got the job done in the chaos, Chuck, that was the pit lane. Especially in these conditions, you can see that they've jumped that squad as well.
Yeah, so it seems like they managed to just hit the marks, on their way in and on their way out. Just managed to have a really, really good pit stop. And, Kings, they've got 7.6 to go until they're onto the back of P4. But, Madford will just be starting to get into the groove partway through his stint, though. He is going to have to come in for dry tires. But on screen, though, this battle with Stu and Allergic Planet, this is getting good, Trev. This is getting really good.
Very good indeed. Look at Stewie Wilson. And is that Captain Planet in there as well? You can see there this battle continuing here. 2 hours and 43 minutes remaining. Still plenty to play out. You can see at the top of your screen, rain currently. Rain in 10 minutes, but it's clearing up in 30 minutes. How long would it take, do you think, in your expert opinion, which I value so highly, Chuck, how long would it take to completely get a dry track? Are we looking at the 2-hour mark, do you think, before drivers could go back to slicks?
Yeah, quite possibly. So it'll roughly be about 10 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes, if that, after the rain completely stops. So about 25 minutes until the rain is completely gone, and then give it maybe an extra 10 to 15 minutes after that, and your wet tires will be cooking up, and you'll be losing too much time, and they'll come in for dry tires. So it might work out to be a good crossover point for a driver swap if they choose to do that, or they'll just send the driver out to do another stint. Oh no, Stu's made a mistake. He's gotten onto the curb, and thankfully he's kept it out of the barrier there, Trev.
Yes, he's very lucky there. That's down at between turns 1 and turns 2. And you can see there he's managed to keep it out of the barriers. He kind of just come to a stop in a reasonable amount of time there. And Wilco just advising us, no damage done there for Stewie. He continues on his way. 2 hours and 20-ish when the rain stops. Only light rain, so should not take too long for the track to dry. And you can see that rain seems to be easing up as well. You can see there it's starting to ease up. So 2 hours and 42. Dry in around 25 minutes, so dry tyres in 35 minutes. You can see the spray still continuing. Let's take a look here at what's going on. Keaton, and a bit of a handy lead, 10 seconds or so there, back to HC Lewis. Don't forget about Sidorg. They've had a terrific race here at the moment. And 70 minutes for the stint times, Chuck? 70 minutes, yes, without pitting. Max stint time without pitting, 70 minutes. Max time for all drivers of 2 hours and 30. And pit stop loss is about 65 seconds. So you do suffer here in the pit lane, as my headset doesn't want to play ball. But 37 to 38 degrees. If it's sunny, the track temperature can get up to. And so they're not going to have too many issues about cooking their tyres, especially in the cooler conditions.
Yeah, definitely not. So track temp has come down a couple of degrees since we started. So we're down about 3 degrees. We started at, I think it was 35, Trev. So once this kind of cloud cover comes back out, we might get a little bit more track temp, but I think it will continue going down as the evening continues.
As we take a look, Sidorg, we said he's doing a great job there. And Zest 1 now in that car. 2 hours and 40 minutes remaining. It sounds like a long time when you say it quick, but let me tell you, it will go very, very slowly, that's for sure. Matterford and who is that? Barters, sorry. And Mountain Goat there in 7th. Where are some of the closer battles through the field? Always a close battle going on here between these two. Messick and Super VT. You can see a little bit of damage on that BMW for Heat Stroke Racing, but what about Super VT doing a great job again in P23 and racing solo after Burke's boy could not turn up here today. And almost not quite at half race distance, of course. 4 hours of Valencia, round 1 of this championship. We go to so many other places around the world, Chuck. I hope you've got your suitcase packed, because it's going to be an absolutely ripping season, no doubt about that. Interesting circuit, though, this one, isn't it, Chuck? Difficult one, high on tyre wear, and it's a tricky circuit to get right, especially if you've got 30-plus cars on here.
Yeah, couldn't agree more, Trevor. It's very difficult, and given most tracks that you go to, the wet and the dry line is quite similar. But Valencia, in my opinion, would be closer to the way that Misano is in the wet. You've almost got a completely different dry and wet line at both of these circuits, especially so here. The tricky conditions that the light rain is, it's hard to get really accurate wet pressures. It's always, you're either going to be too hot or too cold. Where medium rain is a lot easier to get good tyre readings. But these drivers have been doing quite well to, quickly micromanage, and especially Super VT, driving by herself has to kind of go, oh, I've either prepared my wet pressures or I haven't, and I've got to kind of guess them. And she's got to think about all of that by herself for 4 hours. So she doesn't have somebody else in her ear going, maybe we could do this strategy, or, these are the pressures that will go, and kind of have that listening ear and helping hand there. But nonetheless though, Trev, these guys and girls are keeping themselves in nice battles here. Messick looks like he wants to go for a move as he's going around the outside. Can he get it done, Trev?
Oh, that is going to be the big question. Can this move get done? Look at that, how close it is. It's so, so close. And don't touch the curbs or run off at the last corner or the first corner, as the paint is like ice. In fact, you go off the circuit here at any corner, it's going to be bad for you. Super VT, Messick. I think Messick's got this one done here on this occasion, Chuck. And Super VT having to concede that one. We can see you're out there watching. We can see you're out there lurking. Please follow this channel. It would be much appreciated. And as we continue the road to 350, And yeah, I'm just going to say it. I hope I get to 350, and I hope that the Prince is not far behind me.
Yeah, look, I'll keep chasing you, Trev. I'll keep chasing.
Don't forget, it was I who was chasing you for many, many days indeed. And then I caught up, and then now I feel guilty about it, and it keeps me awake at night staring at the roof, blankly thinking, I wish Prince can just catch up there as HC. Speaking of catching up, Captain, no, that's not for position, is it? Sidehawk. So the front three really spread out here in the zest of one. And his FTSC buddies there in P4. Kings Racing all out on their own there at the moment too, aren't they, Chuck? How have you found their race so far? Obviously, Wilco not happy to get into that car first off, was he?
Yeah, so I think Wilco wasn't actually planned to be in the car to start this race. It was meant to be the first one that he wasn't starting in the car. So, you know, he kind of jumped in, I guess, at the last minute. Something had to change. But he did mention in the chat as well that his tire pressures weren't really where they needed to be. So that would have definitely been a bit of a struggle over the course of his first stint. Madford, though, he's been struggling, I think, in the wet. But I do hope that when he comes in to put dry tires on, I do hope that he maybe stays in the car and gets a good dry tire running. Just in case it rains later, then at least that way Wilco has to deal with it too.
Yes, exactly. Good enough for him. It's good enough for Wilco. So that squad continuing the march. Let's see what else we've got happening here. We've got an interesting battle. Hyperdrift. Oh, behind Mountain Goat. Now, you got a feel for Mountain Goat. Wilco says, give me rain, baby. I love the rain. Oh, look at you go. And nobody redeeming sound effects, Prince, which I'll probably really start... I'll pinch myself for saying that. Oh, and we've got a yellow car there. What's happening there? I think they might be going again. There was a yellow flag briefly there. Hooncorp.
These guys are impossible to race with.
Oh, great. Here they come.
They cannot do the stance ladies, you know. You cannot go into the corners.
Thanks, Prince. I knew that once I got to 350 followers, he'd start this sort of stuff. And where were we? The battle between Hyperdrift is on like a mountain goat, and I would be extremely nervous if I was a mountain goat in this wet weather about now with Hyperdrift behind me, Chuck.
Yeah, I definitely would be as well. Mountain Goat isn't quite in his natural habitat. As he comes in with a tier 1 sub. Thank you. Welcome. And obviously thank you for the sub. Greatly appreciate it. Sorry, Trevor, I'm kind of stealing your segues here. But Hyperdrift doing well. Looks like he's going to try and get a move done here. Or rubbing doors. Fly Sky, though, in the background. He's just eyeing this off, Trev. He's wondering whether he's going to get some freebies or not.
Oh, look at that. Speaking of freebies, nothing comes free, that's for sure. Hyperdrift, this battle continues. Thank you, Heath from New Zealand, Heath NZ. Great stuff, subscribing in a tier 1, Prince. Can we get that updated to 20 potentially? I don't want to get, no, you're already getting funny with me or nothing because of these followers. Anyway, but that's okay because we're at 17 now out of 15. We've hit our sub mark thanks to Heath all the way from New Zealand there for subscribing. That is fantastic. This battle continuing. We might just stay with this because 2 hours and 33 minutes to go in this race here today. We've hit the goal and now we've raised the bar to 20 subs. Can we get there? Yes, we can. Can we fix it? Yes. Can we build it? Yes. Cam the streamer, can we fix it? Cam the streamer. And oh, interesting. You've really got to rob your. You've really got to know which side your butter's breaded on, don't you, Prince? If you're going to make a move there in these conditions, do you risk it for whatever biscuit's available?
Yeah, I mean, look, sometimes when you're risking it for the biscuit, sometimes that biscuit isn't always going to be a good one. You know, sometimes the biscuit might crumble. And when the biscuit crumbles, that's unfortunately when things go wrong. And Hyperdrift looks like he's dancing with the devil here, Trev, because he wants to get the move done, but he's kind of scaring me a little bit. And I'd assume the mountain goat is getting quite scared as well.
Yes, I tell you what, he is quite sure-footed, that mountain goat, isn't it? But 7th and 8th holding up Fly and Cactus. You can see there plenty happening. Thank you, Team Little Bear. And thank you to Running Bear there for that. But 2 hours and 30 minutes remaining. Fly Sky, someone awesome. The pack continuing to bunch up. Mountain Goat taking some interesting lines here through this part of the lap. Down the inside. Oh, it's getting too close. It's getting too close indeed, because my dog is not happy with something. What's going on there? But it's not about that. It's about what's happening out on the circuit. You can see just how close it is. We'll get back to this. I think this is the closest battle, or one of, on the circuit. Then it's, there we go, someone awesome. And Cactus there as well. So this, they are all together here, Prince, albeit not entirely on the same part of the track. In fact, they are on the same part of the track. What am I talking about?
Yeah, they are in the same section of track. And they're in a nice little bit of a train here as well. So these dry conditions should be coming through in the next, I'd say, 11 minutes. 11 to 12 minutes, we'll see the track starting to dry up. It has gone damp. So once the clear skies come through in that next 12 minutes, let's say, it'll really start to dry up. And then they'll dive into pit lane and see who the better people are, because depending on how game you are on pit entry, you can actually make a lot of time as well. But also making sure you pick the right crossover point for when you want to go over the slicks. So officially dry in 10 minutes, Trev.
Dry in 10 minutes. Did you hear that? Incredible stuff, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us. And who's ready for a cold drink? I certainly am, because this battle, Hyperdrift and Go-Car 1 and 2. Oh, look at Hyperdrift looking to leave it around the outside. I'd be going slightly pressured up on the slicks now, says Riggsy. Thank you, Heath, as well. How good is that little logo, the little K next to his name look? He says Go-Cars 1 and 2. Look at this. Wow, this is incredible stuff we are witnessing here at the moment in the class. Captain Risky down there in 12th as well. Mountain Goat and Hyperdrift just seems to be struggling behind him there. Fly Sky and someone awesome for company, joining them every minute, every corner, every lap. Nigerian Prince vital in this race, and one mistake and you can throw it off the track and throw all your chances away.
Yeah, you couldn't have said it any better, Trev. So one simple mistake can cost you a position, or it might even cost you two, in this small battle that we've got on the screen here. So every micro decision that you're making over the course of your lap is going to be crucial as to whether you're making or breaking in terms of position gain or loss. So a lot of pressure on these guys. The guys further back, you know, say Mac and Captain Risky, they could almost savor their tires for a moment while all this is kicking on. Wait for that right moment to try and jump through, because, you know, the amount of pressure on these guys at the moment, a mistake is only bound to happen.
Well, the more this continues, the closer they are getting to a mistake. And Riggsy wants to know, Chuck, Riggsy coming in with the question, great to have you with us. He says, hang on, how does one don the Killer K on their handle? How does that man get a special K?
Oh, so if you subscribe to Trev's channel here, you do get special badges. There's also some really cool emotes that we've got done by a really cool emote artist as well. There's a Murray Walker one, which is my favorite. I'm actually gonna put one of those in the chat as well. But yeah, if you subscribe to the chat at a tier 1, which supports Trev and supports the stream, you get some special emotes and a special badge next to your name.
Did you hear that? You will get a special K as well if you sub And I'm really not sure how it all works, but I know how this works because Collie Nick and Shawnee Fuller are having an almighty Donkey Kong ding-dong along here at the moment, if you don't mind, Chuck. Look how close it is.
Yeah, this is a right old ding-dong battle here. This is good, Trev. This is what we like to see, a nice battle here for P12. You know, this is what we love to see over the course of the AUS New Zealand Console Endurance Series. We love to see it during Season 1. And, you know, new season, round 1, we're privileged to have these battles all the way throughout the grid, no matter where you're positioned. Although, Shawnee Fuller, Trev, that does appear to be quite a bit of emotional damage to the front of that McLaren.
Ooh, emotional damage indeed. And let me tell you one thing that I've got to tell you, that Collie Nick and Shawnee Fuller down the inside. Oh my goodness! Did you see the twitch there from Shawnee Fuller going into turn 1? That could have been a plane crash heading into this turn 1 at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo in Valencia. Coming up through turn 2, I should say, but he's got that one done. And look at me, I'm Jason Wilkinson. I have a crown next to my name. Boo-hoo. And yes, great stuff there from the man from Carrum Downs. Not quite the sort of place you want to call home. Oh, look at you go. Oh, yeah, well, yeah. And, well, here's a man who...
No, Mikey, no, Mikey, it was so
no,
not right.
Michael, no. And thank you for that. And, well, it's a shame because, let me tell you, Chuck, your tears can cure cancer, but you've never cried. That is a desperately bad thing. And 2 hours and 25 minutes remaining. When are we looking when are we looking at the next round of stops here, potentially, Chuck?
So, I estimate it to be dry in, oh God, when did I say about 15 minutes? Yeah, so roughly I would say about 5 minutes or so, 5-6 minutes, and this rain will officially be gone. And then maybe expect pit stops for dry tires anywhere within 10 minutes after that. So say 15 minutes time, we might see some people diving into pit lane for dry tires.
Yes, there we have it. We're going to see you can see, can't you, the clouds. Oh, and somebody's off. Somebody's off there. Who is that? I think they might be getting back on the circuit.
T1 by the looks of things.
Is that 666? So let's just have a look there. Let's see where they are. And I think that might be EXO. I think they're back running again though, Prince. Thankfully, they are right at the back of the field, but they are back running again nonetheless. Cactus Racing there at the back.
Yeah, unfortunately a bit of a mistake there for Exorcist in T1. I assume he maybe kind of got onto the slippery stuff that you don't want to be on at the moment, and he went on a little bit of an adventure, but doesn't appear to be any damage that I can see on his car, Trev, so hopefully he can keep getting a little bit quicker, and he should hopefully know. We know he was worried in the chat before, Trev, so he'll be glad to know that it will be dry in about 5 minutes, and he won't need to worry about this thing that we call water.
No, don't worry for a second. And also, you can, please, if you can, jump into the chat. Get amongst it. And we're coming up. We're about 20 minutes off that next PSN giveaway. So stay tuned for that. Muffin Man and Blind Man, I think it was, winning those two. But still 2 to go, Prince. Plenty to give away here in the next couple of hours.
Yeah, exactly. So we've still got 2 more $25 PSN gift vouchers to give away to our drivers here during round 1 of season 2 with the AUS New Zealand Console Endurance Series. We're not too far away from it going dry, but the Wheel of Fortune will be drawn in about 22 minutes or so. We'll go for a quick break and then we'll come back and do another Wheel of Fortune draw. As we mentioned, Trev, still got 2 more to give away.
I will suck my balls, man. Yeah, you're really good.
If you are out there enjoying the stream and you haven't hit the follow button, please do consider doing so.
Yes, consider it. In fact, do more than consider it. Thank you, Heath, who says, suck my balls, honey. And loving the K-Mag there. We'll get back to, where's Super VT? There we go, Super VT right behind Messick. I believe, is that Messick there for heat stroke racing? I suffered a bit of heat stroke yesterday covering the football up on the roof at Kingupna, but that's a story for another day. And there we go, lap 61. Keaton leads this race. What's that gap now, Prince? It's the length of a Flemington straight, I reckon. It's about 10, 15... Oh, and HC Lewis has gone off. And that's the problem with these conditions. They can dry out quickly, and that's a problem, isn't it, Chuck? Because you can see there now that's going to well, they're not too far ahead of Sidehawk, are they, as well? So that's going to leave them open and vulnerable, two positions you don't really want to be in.
Yeah, exactly. You know, it leaves you in a bit of a tricky position for when Tyrone comes along. You know what I mean? You had to be there earlier. but yeah, no, it's an unfortunate mistake. It's an easy one to do though, as the track isn't really getting much more moisture down on it. It is going to start. You know, the rain will disappear soon. So knowing that, the times will start to be getting quicker, and you'll start to be getting that little bit more confidence on the wet tires. It'll start to feel like it's gripping up a little bit more. But unfortunately, the rules still apply. You can't go beyond the white line, especially when braking. Otherwise, yeah, you'll be going on quite an adventure before being able to rejoin the circuit.
And I tell you what, these drivers will be feeling the pinch here at the moment. They'll be feeling about as old as Fernando Alonso, because you can see, got the chat up on my phone, missed it, says Will. Thank you for that, Will. And Super VT says hi. Tough gig solo, and not winding off the rear bias as it dries out here. That's going to be the one to miss. No, Lewis and Andrew. Look, oh,
no.
Hello. Hello, they're gone. They've dropped.
Yeah,
they've
so
gone, haven't they? What?
Disconnected.
Well, where is the boss? Let's should we ring him and just tell him? Let's ring him and see what's happened. Nismo, let's have a look. Nathan, is he online? He was online 9 minutes ago. Should we ring him and see what's going on, or we'll get back to that? But they have dropped out of this race, Chuck.
Yeah, unfortunately, the disconnect has kind of come at the wrong time. You know, the moment they disconnected, it did actually just go full cloudy and the rain had stopped. So, you know, I don't know if those maybe came hand in hand, or, you know, but yeah, unfortunately for them, nonetheless, though, they've disconnected after running P2. So hopefully they can rejoin. I know it's going to probably put them a lap down, but they're gonna have to get out. I think I see them. They've rejoined car 37, slowly dropping down the order. And hopefully they can get back out onto the track. They might be able to salvage something from it. But it's good to see them back.
So do you just come back into the pit lane, do you, Chuck? And then if you get back in within a certain amount of time or something, do you stay on the lead lap or the lap you're on? Is that how it works, or?
So what'll happen is, I haven't disconnected from a race in a very long time, but off of memory, you'll disconnect and it will basically just, imagine you've damaged your car beyond repair and you need to teleport back to the pit lane. You'll have a bit of a countdown timer, so as you can see, they're kind of moving around a little bit. That's just them probably loading the setup and all that kind of stuff. So they'll be making sure that they've just got dry tires and all of that kind of good stuff, and they'll just kind of be setting off and, you know, trying to put in best laps for the next 2 hours 20. But that countdown timer might be a minute, who knows, but the moment that countdown timer is up, we'll definitely be seeing them move out of pit lane.
We will see, but boy, that mysterious submarine has come and struck again. And speaking of the conditions, Prince, that a submarine would be best suited for. Very unlucky, I never DC, says Lewis, and Nemo says, that's so unlucky for Hooncorp. The poor buggers They drove hard all day. There's nothing worse, Prince, than a long endurance race and then disconnecting at the worst possible time. Riggsy, that sucks for them. Let's call it a vapor lock in the fuel system. The mechanics are working on it, and they're right down the, well, not quite down the back, but close enough. I think they're coming out the pits with this. There's a lot of pit lane action at the moment, isn't there?
Yeah, pit lane action are plenty here. It's quite busy, so it looks like they've gone 2 laps down. So they're technically, sorry, they're a lap down from P18. But it's 2 hours 20. A lot can happen. Track is drying up, still a little bit moist. So they do have to be careful about that. But maybe a late shower will come in and help them. But I guarantee you, without doubt, Trev, these guys are going to be driving the wheels off of this thing now. They were running P2. Something happened and they're out of the server. They rejoin, lap down. I got a feeling this is going to be a really good comeback drive that we're going to have to keep an eye on over the next 2 hours. P25, I'm going to keep a mental note, and I'm gonna be excited to see where they finish.
Yes, we certainly. It's a bit of a challenge now.
It's gone greasy. Sorry.
Ooh, greasy, McGeesy, and it's going to be interesting to see what happens here, Chuck, because it's sort of like a 2-hour challenge. Do you reckon they can? I wouldn't be surprised if they're going to start carving their way. The conditions are going to dry out too, so that's going to help them. And chasing up random there, they mean business, and I wouldn't be surprised if they're back inside that top 5 very quickly.
Yeah, even the top 15 might creep up to them pretty quick too, because a couple of drivers are going to be starting to come in for their pit cycle. They'll be extending and making sure they go the full 70 minutes. Otherwise, they might have to do an extra stop. I think that's going to be really close to them having to do an extra stop anyway. But yeah, they're unlapping themselves at the moment. They just got past random. So yeah, Andrew, he's a man on a mission. So they'll be a little bit frustrated, but they'll be driving with a lot of fire and hoping they can push themselves up. So they're already up a position, Trev. P24 now.
P24, we're closing in on the 2-hour mark. And don't forget, thank you everybody for watching. And we've got some pit stop action. TTR West match in there in the pits. 64 laps gone. Zest, race leader, Chuck, into the pits. Down to 50 kilometres, please.
Yeah, so Zest has taken a nice pit entry. He could have gone a little bit deeper on the brakes, but I don't blame him for slowing down when he did. He's coming in probably at the right time now. So track went greasy maybe 2 minutes ago. So it might be maybe 2 or 3 minutes away now from going full optimum dry conditions. Matchin has managed to pick himself up a drive-through. Weather is cheekily sped just a little bit in pit lane and the stewards are not happy, or whether they've managed to pick themselves up a track limits drive-through there. Will not know, but Madford as well for Kings Racing, CSR1 Racing, also in pit lane, Fly Sky as well, Trev. It's getting busy down there.
It's getting busy. Zoom, 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 zoom. And they're pit lane sounds you'd expect to hear, because there is a lot of pit lane action there. Team Little Bear, they're saying good on them for jumping back in. It is brilliant to see Team Little Bear, and you can see there little white dove with a love. He loved little white dove, didn't he? Running Bear. But Colinick says had a pit glitch and now have to wait 2 minutes. Their race is potentially ruined as well, Chuck. Disaster, said the lady that walked backwards into the fan. But that is not good for that squad either, is it?
Yeah, it's very disappointing. And I think that just goes to like in a real essence, you know what I mean? Now, although this is virtual pixelated cars that we race, the emotions and stuff like that is just as real as racing in real life. And unfortunately, on this side of things, we have to deal with things like the bugs and disconnects and things that are just out of our control. Unfortunately, sometimes make the results that we get. So it might be a step back and it might not be what you guys would have hoped for, but just keep pushing on. You never know what can happen. I've seen some really good comeback drives in the past, so you guys just make sure you keep pushing no matter what's happened.
Yes, never give up. Play the minutes. Do not worry about what's happened. Is this Diswood, Ikitosh, someone awesome, and Cloquet all having a battle here? And I've got to say that these BMWs, Chuck, are extremely wide, especially around a little sort of circuit like this. A lot of slow, low speed corners coming up to you one after the other, but ooh, there are opportunities, like we keep saying. Turn 2's a good one. Onto the back straight, but he is all over the back. All over the back of Ikitosh. And is that for position, or is Diswood in a... It's all over the place here at the moment. Sorry, our timing screens. But Hellraiser is there for BSR Racing. It's a long way back. Random now. Sorry, this is the battle where I was thinking of. Random behind Machin with Heatstroke not far behind them as well. But you can see there it's continuing to rage. Or has he made a move, Chuck? I don't know.
Well, it might quite possibly be a move there, but yeah, it's an interesting battle there with Ikintosh, because it's not really a battle he needs to worry about. It's a lap down, I believe, and you know, sometimes it's better just to let them go if they're quick and you know it's not a position you need to worry about. Kind of almost just let them go on their merry way. But Machin and Random here seem to be having quite a good battle. And not too far behind, you got OGT and Mint Matt as well, looking like he's in the car for the first time. And they're running quite well at the moment, P2. So Wilco as well, I see, is back in the car for Kings Racing, currently P4. So this is an interesting one. I've actually been really impressed with car 96 over the course of this one, Trev. Where did they start? Around P15, P17, I think. Monster first stint by Sidorb, and then obviously they've continued to push on, and you know they're on the podium provisionally, Trev.
Well, you don't need to talk to me about car number 96 because Simon Bishop and Matthew Simmons, the Matthew Simmons, with us on our very own racetrack. What an incredible privilege it is, Chuck, to be on the same bit of virtual pixel racetrack as the 2015 Gran Turismo Academy champion. Can you believe it? Would have been great if the rain was heavier, says Keaton. There we go. Thank you for that, Keaton.
I do agree, though.
And we do concur because it is really drying up. But this man, absolute class act, one of a few in the field. We don't have favourites, Chuck, but this man, all quality here, Mitman.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, he's hitting all his marks. He's always a man that, you know, kind of doesn't almost put a foot wrong. It's very rare that you see that happen. So they've got 26.2 seconds now until they're onto the back of Norm. Car 1, they've had a very impressive drive so far, and they'll be looking to keep on improving on that one. But yeah, it's great to see Matt at the helm of the 96 Porker doing well and carrying on what Sidorb did earlier.
And Will I Am says, yeah, we had tyre pressures for heavy rain, he says. And Lewis says, can someone tell me when Wilco is due out of the car? I got a couple of questions for him. And would you like me more than Matt if I was faster than him, says Keaton. Why is he asking those sort of questions for? That's a bit rich. We can't really talk about that. I don't... Oh, and Super VT, is it? Off the circuit. Yeah, she's back on the circuit. Back off again. And that's the challenge, isn't it, Chuck? When you're doing that 4 hours solo, you're not getting a break. And even we need a break up here. It's tough, isn't it, behind the wheel of that car?
Yeah, it looks very challenging behind the wheel of that car, and I just want to give the reminder to everybody viewing the stream as well that she is doing this solo, and you know she's coming up to 2 hours solo. It's not an easy thing to do by all means, so you know, she's definitely putting her best foot forward, trying to get a good result. Although this just hasn't quite been the race that she would have been hoping on. But, you know, it's all a stepping stone. It's only round one of the new season here. So there's still lots to play for, plenty of races coming up. And since I'm talking about it, Trev, if you guys in chat want to get involved in the Oz New Zealand Console Endurance Series, exclamation mark endurance in the chat, and join the Discord. And you know, it's open to both Xbox and PlayStation. Definitely get involved. This is round one. Still lots to go. If you also want to get involved in the weekly series, Wednesday, Thursday nights, that'll be coming up. Kid Buyers Racing League, exclamation mark Discord, for more information on that one.
Great work. I hope that answers your question, Lewis. You can see there, Iker in the car till the end, says Hyperdrift. What a mega race so far. And Riggsy says, why is she solo? I'd jump in with her 100%. I think Burke's boy was planning on jumping in the car, but had some issues and couldn't do so. But still, 42 people sticking with us here. Let's keep going through to see. He's our Burke's boy. He's in the chat though, Chuck. We've got him in the chat. We don't believe it's life-threatening. We do believe it was bad enough for him to be out of the race. Ranger Oz down the inside of someone there. But Norm leading the race for BCG2 on lap 70, Chuck. We're approaching the top of the hour, which you know what that means. Ding, 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 ding. And we'll be coming up at 2 o'clock. And Mighty McMuffin, I think, is Captain McMuffin and VTX Blind Man winners, Chuck. What's that? 2 more PSN vouchers to go.
Yeah, that's it. So in about 5 minutes time, we'll take a break shortly, and then in about 5 minutes or so, we'll be doing the third draw for the $25 PSN gift vouchers that we'll be giving away to our lucky drivers. But yeah, as we say, we've got 2 more to give away, and the next one is coming up in about 5 minutes.
Yes, 2 hours, roughly a bit over to go. We're looking at our race leader, and yeah, huge shout out to Super VT. I mean, you think if you got in your car, Chuck Norris, and drove 4 hours directly to, it's sort of, where would you end up, in Perth or something? And you wouldn't even have as many corners to deal with as what Super VT's dealing with at the moment. But there's a lot of ifs in this sport, and I tell you what, you might call it a little pixelated cybernet world, but it means so much to us and so much to the drivers out there. And it is not easy, because if this stuff was easy, Prince, we wouldn't do it. Or we would still do it, but it would be not as easy as what we thought it would be. And we choose to do these things not because they are easy, but because they are hard, as JFK would have said back then. But 71 laps, Prince, where are you seeing the action here? We're seeing Sophie King right up on... we're looking at a ding-dong in front of us. We've got about half a dozen cars here.
Yeah, this is actually what I was eyeing off just a moment ago, just before you clicked onto it, Trev, was this little battle here. There's a lot of people. It was probably the biggest thing that was catching my eye on the track map in terms of where everybody was. So everybody nice mingling in. You know, almost 2 hours into the race, Trev, and we still find ourselves with quite a few good battles going on. Some drivers on the screen are unlapping themselves. Some are kind of fighting for position as well. But, oh, dude, this is good. It's hard to take your eyes off of it, Trev.
Igatosh there for Hooncorp 2. Cactus 2. Cactus right behind him. Sophie King as well. Come on, Sophie King, calm head. He's picking them off one by one. Doof, 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 doof. You know when they put those little silencers on the guns in the movies? And you don't hear anything. Oh, Sofa and someone awesome getting close there. We might keep this battle on our screens, Chuck. We're going to go to a short break, and we'll be back with the wheel spinning right after our short messages, Chuck. We'll be back in just a few moments.
Yeah, we won't be too long.
Goodbye, everybody.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll be back. And
Oh,
Oh
golly.
my goodness, we're not
Was
going
that a
anywhere.
murder?
Goodness gracious, great balls of fire. Who was that? Somebody off. Big time there, Chuck.
That
Who
was
was
a
it?
BMW, I believe.
Was it an angry old fella? It was Cactus. Was it Cactus? No.
That was interesting. That was a moida. Do we need the medical helicopter out here, or are we?
No, it's not going to happen. Sorry, Chuck. We're going to look at Clocaid instead, I think, but no medical helicopter here. It's like a World War One battlefield. It is just there's people going off everywhere. But seriously though, just a tick over 2 hours remaining. Now we're going to take a short break unless something drastic happens, and we'll be back in just a few moments. Enjoy Clocaid in the car number 78, and we'll be back in just a few moments, ladies and gentlemen.
We are at the halfway mark, still a long way to go.
Suck my balls, mate. Yeah, you're really good, mate. Keep going.
Welcome back. Captain Risky says, where is the commentary? We'll be back in just a few moments, making sure the mics hadn't broken or anything worse than that. And we are back in business, and Chuck Norris is alongside me. And let me tell you, here and here and here and there and everywhere, Chuck. Oh, is this a zesty battle between Wilco and Zest we've got going here?
Oh, this is zesting up a little bit here, Trev. This is for provisional podium position, a battle for P3 between Kings Racing and FTSC 1. McLaren v McLaren, Trev. I don't know how long this has been eaten up for, but I'm all for it. We need a good battle up the front.
We certainly do, and we'll keep an eye on this battle. I couldn't believe how close they were. I nearly knocked the bubbles off the top of my Pepsi Max because let me tell you that we're not sponsored by Pepsi Max, but 1 hour and 53 to go. We needed something spicy to spice things up. Oh, very close indeed, and those conditions are drying out like the driest ever track you can ever see in a day of Sundays. But let's have a look here. We'll go. Oh, now he's getting busy with it. Let's have a look here. Prince, who are you? Look at this. This is going to happen.
Yeah, this is getting interesting. Wilco looking down the inside, can't get the move done on this occasion. He'll be thinking about it for a little bit though, but I just want to bring a little bit of attention to some things that we did while we were on a break, Trev. So there might be about 15 minutes left on the prediction at the moment. Will it rain again during the rest of this race? You can use your channel points to vote on yes or no. Make sure to gamble responsibly. And Trev, talking about gambling responsibly, we have a $25 PSN gift voucher to give away, the third of 4 that we have to give away.
Yes, 5,000 in the pool. Can I vote, or is that a conflict of interest? I don't think I can vote. Will it rain again? I didn't want to click that one. That's all right. I go with the champagne music. But we have actually that. Hang on, wait. Let me get this straight. We'll keep an eye on this, but let's go to our next PSN voucher. Let's have a look here with thanks to our great sponsors, whoever they are out there watching. Let's go, Prince. Are you ready? Are you ready at home? I think we are. I think someone might have been into the sound effects as well. Anyway, we'll get back to that. But where are we here, Prince? We're going to get ready to spin the wheel. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Are you ready at home? Let's go! Who's it going to be? was a dead
Oh,
heat
dude, this is
almost.
so close. Matching, wowee, that was close, Trev.
Machin was very close. And boy, you talk to us and you win prizes, don't you, Chuck? He was up in the commentary box a moment ago. We might remove him as well. And then there was 75. You can see there we're removing Machin, the prize wheel going back for a little while. But how good is that? We're 3 down and almost $25 going to Jackie there, but not quite. And Prince, 3 down, 1 to go. We'll tick the last one off with 1 hour to go.
Yeah, that's it. It's always a good feeling, Trev, being able to do these giveaways, being able to, have a wheel of fortune there. Sometimes it can be a wheel of misfortune, but this time around it's a wheel of fortune, which is what a lot of these drivers like to see. But this is heating up, Trev. What are we seeing here? We're seeing Andrew making his way through the field. Norm, though, holding on to a nice substantial lead here. I don't know what the delta is. It was about 26.2 last time. It's 19 seconds. So Matt, he is lighting up those tyres on the Porker, and he is trying to get back some of this time that they lost.
We might get back to this big group of cars, because Distinct Andrew, don't tell me, are they in P14 already, Chuck? And they're only 9 seconds off of Cloquet. Incredible comeback drive here, and they've got the fastest lap to boot.
Yeah, incredible. So it was maybe 40 minutes ago, Trev. They had a disconnect. They came back out of pit lane in about P25, I think it was. And yeah, they're P14 already. So they're really clawing away. I don't think they'll unlap themselves from P1. But it's an endurance race. Still a lot of time on the clock. You never know what will happen.
And definitely, never a truer word spoken from the man alongside me. It's never a race, it's a sprint. And it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. I'll get it eventually, but we're inside 2 hours. We've got 3 winners this afternoon. Captain Muffin, VTX, and that is Datrium saying go VTX, and Machin. So 1 more winner to be announced. And don't forget, and that is, look at that. 1 to go, three down, 1 to go, Prince. If I could talk English, that'd be great just about now. And coming from you, who can stand up, who stands faster than anyone can run. That is brilliant stuff. Chuck Norris alongside me, but 1 hour and 48 minutes to go. Distinct Andrew there. The battle I was looking at was this one between Cloquet and Sofa Kingbed.
Yeah, this battle has been kicking on. I was watching it on the Deltas before, so not much between them. Cloquet does look like he's got a little bit of pace here, so it's just going to be a matter of whether he can find a way past the massive Mercedes. Not only is it a bit thick, but it's a long boy as well, so he's going to have to make sure he puts the car at the right place at the right time.
Certainly is, and that's coming from a man that can drown fish. That's how tough he is. Cloquet and Sofa King now very close. We'll stick with this battle. But where has the time gone? As Distinct Twitchy, Hooncorp 2 done well to get from P15 to P6 so far. Hopefully, no issues before the end. I'll be back in round 2 onwards. Watch out, everyone. And great stuff. Don't forget, prediction is up. It will rain before the finish. 10 minutes. Gamble responsibly, Prince. Just think about what you could be spending your coins on. But 1 hour and 47, I reckon we might get a sprinkle. Do you reckon before the end of this race?
Yeah, look, I got a feeling the chance of rain might be quite high towards the end of this one. So currently there's 7,000 channel points on yes, and there is 1,010 channel points on no. So 87% of you reckon that it will rain towards the end of this one. So I'm looking forward to seeing who's going to be winning out of this, because there's a lot of points up for grabs there.
Certainly do. Points mean prizes, don't they? As we'll keep flicking through. We'll do a recap. Yeah, I'll definitely be watching out for you, says Captain Risky, who's got a 2 next to his name. What is that all about? Let's have a look there. He's predicted no. So we're getting these results in from our Democratic vote, Chuck. And let's just have a look here at what's happening there. We've got the giveaway there. And they're predicting 7,000 coins are saying yes, Chuck.
Yeah, so I personally put 1,000 coins on no. So I might be cleaning up here. And it does look like a couple of people have put some 10 coins or so. All the predictions are coming in. Keep getting those points in, guys. Make sure to gamble responsibly.
Think about what you could be spending. And Norm there rounding up some traffic. And, Mint Matt all on his own. But this is where he's at his peak. All on his own. And I can tell you what, apparently the private jet in the Gran Turismo movie is not real. That is just for Hollywood there. Big shout out. No shout louder, says Jono Stan. Good to see Jono Stan there with Twitchy and Captain Risky in the chat. But 1 hour and 45 minutes to go. Mint Matt in second. Wilco in third there. As I went offline there for a little bit of a second, didn't I? But Kings Racing, how have you seen this squad, Chuck? Is it just the two of them? And they're branching out, Kings Racing, aren't they, too, now as well? Because they've got a Kings Racing 2.
Yeah, so for the shorter duration races, I wonder whether they're going to be using the second car for that time, or whether they're just going to be running the two cars with two drivers in each for the whole series. That's going to be an interesting one that we'll see. But yeah, for how their race has been going, I feel like they struggled early on, and you know, we heard from Wilco in the chat that his tyres really weren't where they needed to be over the course of that first stint, and then Madford had the rain, and you know, he looked like he struggled a little bit, but he did well to keep maintaining the gap, and Wilco looks like he's been punching in some good laps, so seems like the tyre pressures are in the window that he needed them, and he's pushing forward, so he's got a way to go before he claws on a map. But the important thing to think about for him is he is building a gap to Zest behind, so you know, they're slowly but surely securing their step on the podium.
As I have muted myself once again, I was about to say distinct Twitchy, loudly confident on his times at Imola. As you can see there, 7,000 coins. Yes, make it rain with your coins, or no for not letting it rain on your coins. 5 minutes left on the prediction. Get those votes in. Gamble responsibly. And I was about to say, Imola, what a circuit, Chuck Norris. None better than the Autodromo Circuit Dino Enzo Ferrari.
Yeah, we've got an absolute stacked calendar for season 2 here of the Oz New Zealand Console Endurance Series. As you mentioned, Trev, we got the Imola 6-hour for round 2 that will be held at the end of May to the start of June. So that one's going to be an interesting one, and a track we haven't seen on the calendar through season 1, Trev, Misano. That's going to be another interesting one, see how brave the drivers are there. And then obviously in August, I'm looking forward to doing our annual charity event at Kailami, that being a 6-hour, and finish the season off with a Red Bull Ring 6-hour as well in October. So if you guys are interested in getting involved in the Oz New Zealand Console Endurance Series, !endurance in the chat, jump in the Discord, register a team. We'd love to have you guys on the grid. And in December, providing Nordschleife comes to the consoles, we'll be hosting an 8 hours of Nords as well. So jump in the Discord, all that kind of good stuff. And just that last quick friendly reminder, if you're out there, haven't followed the stream yet, please do consider doing so.
Please consider. Great effort there, Chuck Norris, and I can visualise already that 8 hours of Nordschleife. Is that going to be a time progression day? Is it going to be a day-night cycle? I guess 8 hours. I guess will that be a day race or a night race or a mixture of the two? Do you reckon, Chuck, or just out of interest? Or
Ooh, it'd be interesting. Maybe we can convince our higher ups to change it to like a Nord 6 hour, but do like 4 times progression, so that it simulates 24 hours, but we'll do 6 hours.
it'd be it would add something, don't you think, Prince, to the
Yeah.
coverage? I reckon to something a little bit different. We do things differently here, of course. This is round 1 of season 2, and this is just going. The most amazing thing for me as we take a look at Barters, Smitty, and Zest all occupying the same bit of racetrack. One of the most amazing things for me, Chuck, is how successful Barters down the inside. He's got that move done easily there, well before turn 1 even.
Yeah, maybe Zest did a little bit of a lift off. Maybe he didn't really want to play around with it and struggle too much, knowing that he's got Smitty, I believe it is, behind him, wanting to, try and unlap himself. So it's a tricky place to be in at the moment. Barter seems like he's a man on a mission, and that Merc is just allowing him to point it in all the right directions.
And you can see there, some movers and shakers there. Zest, Smitty getting through as well. Although I think he may be well down the field, but we'll just keep an eye on the other battles. I'm just trying to look through. We might go down the order here. Is it Snorky and Diswood? It's amazing, isn't it, Prince? You go for 80-odd, 90-odd laps, 2 hours or something. Zest is running to his strat, says Riggsy. Jono, what's an Imola? He doesn't know what Imola is. The Circuit Dienzo Ferrari Dino. Prediction is closing soon. Last drinks, Chuck. Gamble responsibly. Just think about what you could be spending your kit coins on. And indeed, heed the warnings, Prince, because beware. If you spend your coins, spend them wisely. But, look at Snorky. And Snorky and Diswood. Interesting here. And battles right everywhere you look. We did lose a couple of drivers earlier on. But, Prince, what a Sunday afternoon of action we've seen, and still plenty to play out as the clouds are gathering again. Still nothing on the radar, though.
Yeah, exactly. I'm keeping my eye on the weather radar because I personally predicted no on the predictor there. So I'm hoping it doesn't rain so I can win myself some channel points. But we'll have to see. It does look very, very cloudy still. But the sun maybe will come out to play. Glasso on screen though. Looking like he's doing well. Currently P21 might not be the race they were hoping for. But nonetheless though, they're pushing on and they're doing well.
P21 comes right after P20. That's how close they are to the top 20. We are counting down. It's gone quick, Prince. I've got into that wonderful kind of in between where you kind of we've still got 90 minutes left, but it doesn't feel like we've called for the first 2 hours or so. 2.5 hours. It's hard to believe, isn't it, really? We've been taking regular breaks. We've been drinking our water and doing all the good stuff. I reckon Burra Riggsy wildcard could be on for Imola. So, we mentioned season 1 being such a success, Nigerian Prince, but now this season we've got more drivers and more cars and more teams that want to be involved. Could we even get a team in, you and I?
Oh, look, could you imagine, Trev? I get a PS5 and we just do a spontaneous commentary appearance. That'd be kind of cool. But yeah, now look, these guys and girls have come out of nowhere and are filling up the series, and it's getting bigger and better than ever. So if you guys in chat want to get involved in the series, whether you're Xbox or PlayStation, !endurance, jump in the Discord and get involved with it, because there's so many cars and teams on the track now, and absolute stacked calendar that we mentioned a little bit ago, so you're not going to want to miss out on this season too.
No, and what would our name be, Nigerian Prince? Would it be a combination of the Nigerian Kid, or what would our team name be? Could it be Chuck Byers, or it would be...
Dude, Chuck Byers has a good ring to it. I like that.
Fantastic. So 1 hour and 36, and I'm trying to see these battles. We've got Nick. Is he right up on Captain Planet's Ginger? He is. He'll be very allergic to Nick soon if this keeps up. Look how close it is between the the Ferrari and the Porker. Very close indeed, and Porker's not always easy to handle, Chuck, on a circuit like this.
Yeah, the Porker's very tricky at the best of times, and looks like Nick's got a little bit of damage to the front of his Porker, so hopefully it's not slowing him down too much. It might only be maybe like 2 or 3 seconds of damage, but yeah, it doesn't look like it's affecting him as he's clawing straight onto the back of Captain Planet here. And you know, it's one of those decisions that you have to make during the endurance race sides of things as well, Trev. Is we've got a quicker car coming up behind us. It is for position. Is it best that we battle, or is it best that we maybe just let them go and use them to try and catch back up a little bit? As Nick looks like he's trying to hang it around the outside here into the final corner track.
Oh, look at that, the old switcheroo there. He started on the outside, now he's down the inside of Captain Planet, who, let me tell you, Chuck, pollution, getting it back to zero will be the last thing on his mind here at the moment, because he's got an awful lot of Nick in his mirrors to contend with. Is that move going to get done? It's a funny corner, that one, Chuck. You've got to commit or just get out of it, don't you, before you get down there? But now turn 2, the doing corner. He's doing a good thing here, I reckon, and Matt's in there as well. Of course, they're doing their own thing. But it just reminds me many years ago, watching Formula One. You mentioned when the quicker car's coming up behind you, a lot of people just usually jump out of the way. But Nick now is through, I believe. Yes, he's through, is he? Yep, he's definitely through, and so is Matt Prince. But it's just a funny corner, isn't it? Turn 1, you've either got to commit early or get out of it early.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's one of those ones, you know, you either try and hang it around the inside, or you go really deep and hope that you don't get a track warning. You know, you can run quite wide there. Or you try and sit back and set yourself up for turn 2 and try and send it down the inside. But yeah, as you mentioned, Trevor, it's such a tricky corner and tricky section of the track to navigate. But Nick managed to make it look so easy. He did really well to get that done, and Matt managed to squeeze his way through as well, and I do believe somebody else has managed to squeeze their way back through too. But Norm, as you can see on the screen, these guys have been running a pretty flawless race. They had a flawless qualifying on Friday night, and they look like they're here to secure the bag with just over 90 minutes on the clock, Trav.
90 minutes on your clocks. And Jax saying King Byers. Really not a lot of Nigerian influence there, Chuck. But maybe, yes, that could work. The Nigerian prince, our king, our prince. That could work, a combination of the two. But Norm leading the race. Excuse me, that Pepsi's coming back to me. Let me tell you that Norm and Mintman in second. If you're just joining us from the Hamptons in the South Australian hills, this is what is going on here. 17 seconds between. That'll be a tremendous effort, Chuck. A tremendous effort. If that is 17 seconds, and we've still got 90 minutes to go. Can you imagine, from starting outside the top 10, which they missed on Friday night, to winning this race, albeit they did lose distinct, the Hooncourt boys sort of at the midway stage. But can you imagine if they could get this done here? What an effort that would be from outside the top 10.
Yeah, Trev, I honestly couldn't agree more. You know, they unfortunately couldn't make it out of Q2, which was one of the teams that we knew we had to keep an eye on for race day. Normally we would see them in the top 10 shootout and possibly, typically ending up in the top 5. Unfortunately, this time around, they managed to find themselves struggling a little bit. Obviously, there was a lot of curveballs with the weather during qualifying night, but yeah, they just couldn't secure that time during Q2 and unfortunately ended their night early. But yeah, they started, I think, P17. They've been running flawlessly. Matt's been doing really good. I remember the first time I took note of the delta to P1, it was about 26 and a bit seconds. And now it's under almost 17 and a half seconds now. So, you know, those guys are running really well. They're doing a good drive. But, you know, BCG 1 and 2 locked out positions. 1 and 2 provisionally, Trev.
1 and 2 1 and 2, the two Colombian twins were born just seconds apart, but look at this cloquet. What the hell am I going on with? As Rate of Fire says, Kit Byers is good. Some might say, get this, where are we here? Rain of Fire says, Voodoo, the smoothest commentator around. Some might say that he's a smooth operator. And he says, and I said, I think you mean to say Kit Byers. He says, Kit Byers is good, but Voodoo is smoother. I know I got wiped out on the last turn on lap 1. But, Prince, plenty of comments coming in for your smoothness here today. Not enough O's in smooth for you here.
Oh, look, we appreciate all the kind comments towards the commentary. And, you know, even if you've got a bad comment to say, you know, you can feel free to say it, but just remember, I waved the sword in the chat, so... No, I'm not.
I can tell you what, I've been in front of him when he's waving his sword around, and it is not the sort of place you want to be. And, geez, it's just... Good old ACC, save me, Will. Save me, Will, the man who can't be in the army, of course, because as soon as I say fire at Will, he's ducking and diving everywhere. Good old ACC gave us the same dry as we started the race on. Don't you love this game, Chuck? Is that something that... Is it a glitch or something? Can that happen on PC?
Yeah, sometimes that thing can happen. So it's always best to make sure the box that you're selecting for tyres is always white and it's not greyed out. That's the best indicator to know it's a fresh set and you haven't used it before.
And you can see there Sofa King as well, and Cloquet there not too far behind him. Mark Ledwich and Zest on a different lap, I believe. Hainsey, how have you seen this squad? We've got car 543. Let's see who's with them. Great to see the big numbers, like we said. Sneaky Stevo and HC Hainsey in 14th. Where are they in class? Do you reckon they're going to be happy with that?
Yeah, look, I think they'll be pretty happy at the moment. You know, they've got just under or just over 10 seconds now to P13, and those guys are relatively close to each other as well. So, you know, I would dare say a top 10 is still on the cards, but you know, they're going to be having to push in some really good laps in the final 90 minutes that we have on the clock here. And you know, I mean, the track temp is a lot higher, or not a lot higher, it's a degree higher than what we initially started the race with. A lot of drivers might be banking on another period of rain towards the end of this one. You know, they might have set the car up in terms of that side of things. But yeah, overall, I think they'd have to be pretty happy with a P14. It's, you know, it's tough out there at the moment. There's a lot of good pace, a lot of quick drivers circulating and stuff like that. So at the end of the day, any result that you get, making sure that you see the checkered flag is a good result in my books.
And Chipperton now down the back of the field. Hellraiser alongside him. We started with 30 plus cars. We've ended up with less than 30. You need to change them through the pit straight, says MI Failure. Pit strat, beg your pardon. Yep, the eyes are still retuning in. Thank you, Chuck, there. But MI Failure, one of our latest followers, of course. We haven't had a follower for a while. If you're out there watching, Chuck, we've got 50 of them still joining us, Chuck Norris. Can you believe that they've stuck with us for this long? We are 3 hours, 25 minutes and 4 seconds into the stream. We need a battle, don't we, Chuck? Something to keep our gingers, something to dip our bread in, don't we, here before the end of this one?
Yeah, we definitely do, and you couldn't have picked a better battle here. A battle for P11 and 12, which Hainsey and the 543 will be looking to claw onto as well. That gap that we were looking at before and that car that we were looking at before is slowly catching up to these guys, but Cloquet and Sofa King, these guys are doing well. They're almost in the top 10, but you know, that's not going to stop them from having a right old battle as we continue.
As we continue along, hi Smitty, bye Smitty. Ooh, Sofa King, and this battle is getting extremely hot. You can see that like an Adelaide summer, Prince. It's not cooling down anytime soon. And Cloquet, where can the best opportunity be here? Down to the final corner, the Adrian Campos corner. I think that was that a Formula One team, Prince, or a driver? Was it Campos? I think used to be a team back in the day. Get your Google fingers out. Sounds like RBT, doesn't it? But Sofa King just ahead of Cloquet, before they do the little and through turn one.
Careful, you might see Wilco parked up, after T1, speed checking people.
And I tell you what, that's so funny. I'm not allowed. Are we allowed to say that sort of thing? But yeah,
I don't know.
we just did. Like when the security got to Martin Brundle on the grid walk. Do you remember that? And they said, you can't do that. And he goes, I just did. Yeah. And, typical Martin. But, yeah, 1 hour and 25 minutes to go. This is a close battle. I think we've got another battle happening there. We're going to spin that wheel. Let me tell you, we've had Captain Muffin's blind man as well, who it must be tough for him driving as well, especially given that. But Machin has also won, and one more to go. And we've still got 70-odd people to choose from, Chuck, so it's anybody's game for that last PSN voucher.
Yeah, absolutely. So in about 25 minutes now, we will do the final draw for the $25 PSN voucher. It feels good being able to do these giveaways during the races, Trev. So this is round one. There's still lots of opportunities throughout the season to have your crack at winning a prize. But I do love a good spin of the Wheel of Fortune, Trev. But we've still got to hold back. There's 25 minutes until we can do that.
Well, 25 minutes to go, 24 minutes and 24 seconds to be exact. And you know the rule, Chuck, if it doesn't ding, you don't win. And we love our little ding, ding, ding that we do. But we'll recap now. Norm leading the race, naughty Norman Price. And he leads the race mid-match, 16.6 seconds. Are you still saying there's a chance here, Chuck? And Jason Wilkinson in third. And he'll be getting his speed gun out, won't he, just to pick up a few people, because he needs to get a move on there indeed. Barters Bartley for Cavs Racing, Zest 1. And you can see they're trying to get you an interview now. Thanks very much. We're part of the media. We need our own media passes, Chuck. That way we can get access to our virtual world that we're living in. Ikatosh Hooncorp, I think he may have been a Finnish driver at some point in my career. I think I just called him that. And there's Binger King, and always good to see Binger King in the Nissan, the number 33. Random in 8th, and Distinct Andrew, where are they, Chuck? Interesting to see their progress. Here, Exorcist says, my day is done. I can sit back and eat Maltesers. And tell us, Exo, have you ever done the fan Malteser? Remember the Malteser ad, Chuck? With the fan, where they're sort of going backwards and forwards. But Distinct Andrew...
Yeah, and they did it in the car as well, didn't they, on the dash?
On the dash, yes. How did they not melt? Was that the first thing going through your mind, seeing those chocolate balls rolling around?
Oh, dude, I was more worried about whether they were going to get eaten or not.
And there we go, Distinct Andrew. How far are they behind Random? That is the question at the moment. We'll just keep an eye on that one. I think they're along... Ooh, I think they're fair way, I think, aren't they, Chuck, actually? Looking on the track map. So still a great effort to be inside the top 10. That's how good they are. They can just sort of exit the race and come back in and still do very well. But Cloquet and Sofa King still with Cloquet behind him, doing very nicely. And Exo there, we won't, the chocolate ball Maltesers should have in-car driver chats. That'd be interesting. That'd be all hot and sweaty, knees weak, arms and heavy, everything, Chuck. It'd be hard to keep them on the air, wouldn't it? When they're, I couldn't imagine going live to somebody, especially Officer Wilkinson in the car.
Yeah, I mean, we could try and do it, but we don't want to cross any boundaries here. You know what I mean? There's an officer of the law on the circuit, so we don't want to. We don't want to give any bad ideas. Maybe we could talk to him while he's driving. Or Sofa King, though, take a bit of an excursion there in the final corner. Rejoins the circuit into the middle again. Looks like he lost a position, I think, though.
Ooh, Interesting. Let's just wait and see here. Should have in-car driver chats. Exo talking about Chef from South Park and his chocolate salty treats that he used to offer. As you can see there's a time and a place for things, and that's college. And if we got someone, no, we're going to get someone in the box there. 99 laps, Prince, which means we're almost at 100 laps. Unbelievable. What is going through BCG2, that squad, and their brains at the moment? I'd love to pick their brains out because they're not home, are they? But they kind of almost are home, but still that gap is not enough to sit back on your laurels.
Yeah, exactly. So the gap is still coming down, and it's coming down ever so slowly, but it's one of those things. 16 and a bit seconds is still definitely doable with the pace they've got, as long as they can maintain it to the checkered flag. They'll be open to something, but it's going to be interesting though, Trev, if they do get in a position where they're going to battle. Are they actually going to battle, or is there going to be team orders saying the one car takes P1 here? Or, wonder what's going to be going on through their minds, and what the decision's going to be done in terms of team call later on. But that gap, though, come down about half a second since we talked about it, Trev.
Yes, it has come down half a second. I reckon they're in with a sneaky chance. I have no connection to Mint-Mat at all and this squad, but they are an exceptional bunch of gentlemen, and they're sort of people that would dress in their best and go down with the ship, but they would like a brandy, that's for sure. But Wilco, is there something? I tell you what, these races, Chuck, when you're out on your own or you got a bit of clear air, how do you keep yourself focused and keep yourself dialed in and focused in? Because it can just take one thing, and especially in these long races, Chuck, and next thing you've put it off the road or something.
Yeah, exactly. Fatigue is probably one of the biggest things. And that's where it helps when you've got somebody else in your ear, whether it's a teammate or an engineer or something like that, kind of helping you along, kind of making sure you're making the right strategy calls, making sure that you're making the right decisions and you're focused, and all that kind of good stuff. And it's easy, I feel, for Super VT having to do this solo. Fatigue would really, really be settling in now. She'd be coming up to almost in 20 minutes, just under, she'll be at the 3 hour mark as we see her diving into pit lane. I wonder whether this is a scheduled stop or not, because she is going to be out of the window, I think, maybe, in terms of making it to the end without having to stop again. But yeah, as you said, Trev, fatigue is a big thing, and making sure you've got somebody to help you through is definitely the best way to go about it.
And if you are indeed, we'll get back to the cloakade battle continuing. If you are driving solo, Prince, is there enough time to maybe not jump up and make yourself a sandwich or something? Is there enough time to just get out of the car and get out of your seat and just take a breather, even in the pit lane, or is it not enough of a window of opportunity?
Yeah, so typically once you've buzzed the car over, you'll sit there for maybe 5 minutes or so, make sure the driver in the car is feeling comfortable and in a rhythm, and then typically you'll kind of get up and have a little bit of a stretch or walk around, maybe go grab something to eat, make sure you've got a fresh bit of liquids there as well to get you through. But Trev, I do have you an interview. We do have Hyperdrift in here with you.
Great stuff. Nigerian Prince HC Hyperdrift is with us, mate. Can you hear us loud and clear there, mate? Great to have you along with us. Thanks for giving up your time. How are you doing, mate? How's the team travelling?
Mate, well, first of all, how is it all going? Yeah, we're actually travelling really well at the moment. Ika's got us in P6. He's holding position nicely. Things are going really well. Car's feeling absolutely amazing. Our wet stint was just mega. And I'm just playing a bit of cat and mouse with some of the other drivers. I had the world's fastest Skyline in front of me for a lot of my first stint. And then my second stint in the rain, I had the world's widest Porsche 911. But, we kept it clean, kept our nose clean, kept it off track limits. and the car's in safe hands for the next hour.
Well, mate, we're hoping that Ikitosh here, we're looking at him now, we're hoping he can have the widest BMW and the fastest BMW in the world, mate. But are you jumping back in the car for the last hour? What's the plan for you guys in Hooncorp?
Current plan is Ick is going to bring us to the end, unless something unforeseen happens. I don't think I'm getting back in the car, so sit back with my feet up and chill in the garage while he does all the hard work.
Great stuff. Best result last year. Picked up a podium, I believe, qualifying 16th. Wasn't the greatest, of course, but still. Mate, thank you for joining us. And we can just see there Ikitosh in P6 leading their class as well, I believe. Pro-Am class, mate. Congratulations. You're on for a great result here. Thank you for joining us. I know it's not easy, especially during the race, mate. But thank you for joining us, mate. All the best for the next hour and a bit.
Thanks, Trev. Thanks, Voodoo.
Great stuff. How good is he? We love him. Hyperdrift, the great man, joining us there. And let us know if you want an interview. And they are doing a great job. They are leading their class, aren't they, Chuck, here at the moment?
Yeah, they are doing really well. That's something we haven't really touched on over the course of this race, have we, Trev? Obviously, these drivers are racing in different classes. So next to the manufacturer, you'll see either a white or a grey behind the car number. The white symbolises they're a pro driver or a pro team, and the silver represents our pro-am teams. So currently P6, the 38 for Hooncorp 2, are currently winning in pro-am and P6 overall, and Norm is currently P1 overall as well as P1 in pro.
Well, I tell you what, make that one more. Let's go, Eka. And jump back in the commentary box, Hyperdrifty. Every time he's got 100% strike rate at the moment. Every time he has, they've taken a position. But look at that, P5 ahead now. Not only leading their class, but now up in P5 on the track. A tremendous performance for them. And given where they started this race. But you can see there, Eka. Great stuff. Thank you for joining us, Hyperdrift. Final PSN gift card giveaway happening in 15 minutes. Where's the time going, Chuck? Over in South Australian time even. It's half an hour behind. But great stuff. Hooncorp there. Anytime the boss will be happy with that too. We haven't seen a lot of Nismo Nath there. Must be doing something over in New Zealand. But we haven't seen him. 104 laps completed then. Hooncorp. What's this gap at the front, Chuck? Let's have a look here. 50. Oh, it's stable at the moment. Stable. Do you reckon it's going to come down to that last hour? Can you see anything untoward happening there in the battle here?
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. So I've personally driven the Porker around here. I do keep in mind it's PC, and PCs tend to be a little bit quicker in terms of lap time. Tires, you can eat them up really quick. So typically that final 20 minutes of the stint, you'll struggle to be hitting good lap times again. You'll typically be a few tenths slower over the course of that final, 20 minutes of the stint. Matt seems like he's holding. He seems like he's doing all right. Tires do look like they are starting to go off though, as he starts to have a couple of moments. But then again, every driver currently is in a pit window where they can come in, and that will be their final stop for the race. But it just depends on where they are on their time limit. We've got to keep in mind they've got 70-minute stint timers. But yeah, as it stands, if they come into pit lane right now, they should be able to make it home as it is.
And you can see there, Nismo busy running an in real life HC event. So that is, thank you for the update, Lewis. And real life scares me. It's a scary place. And I hope that he's doing well over there. But Riggsy, Car 27 update. Zest is on old tyres from stint 1. After that pit stop error, we saw mega effort to only lose 2 positions so far. And tremendous effort. There are a lot of good efforts around here. I'd love to see a driver of the day or team of the day. But Mark now is right behind Cloakade. So this is interesting to see. Lewis, go drag him into the commentary box, says Hyperdrift. I don't want to push things, but Matchin says TT Racing Strategist owes a few beers. Thank you for that, Matchin. But keep those comments coming in. 11 minutes and 1 hour to go in this race. And we'll be giving away more prizes at the 1 hour mark. Look. But Mark and Clocade, this is for position P6. P6 in their class, of course. You can see their cars 78 and 77. The two McLarens having a great battle. Hainsey and Smitty, what's happening here, Chuck? Hainsey and Smitty, this is close as well. Wow, it's all happening. It's kicking off in the last hour or so.
Yeah, this is getting interesting now. So I do see Zest for FTSC1, currently P8, has come into pit lane. They're doing their final stop. So this is where Hainsey and Smitty have got to either work it out as Hainsey gets the move done. This is where you either choose, right, let's just not worry about this battle. We might be able to gain something if we just come in now and get our final stop out of the way. We might be able to gain something. It's worth a try, or you either just keep pushing, which Hainsey seems like he's going to do that.
Know when to hold them, know when to fold them. When you're sitting at the table with the Nigerian prince, you've got to gamble, Chuck. Gamble. Gamble responsibly, though, if you can, because we're inside 1 hour and 10 minutes here. Prince, do you see what I see?
I'm not seeing rain.
53 people. Oh.
Oh.
Well, this is awkward. I didn't think we'd be in the same commentary box together with this. But 53 people, Chuck. No rain to speak of. It is sunny here in Spain. You can see those clear blue skies here at the Española Circuit Ricardo Tormo. But 53 people watching the stream, Prince. Can you please send them a message if they're out there watching and they haven't done what we think they need to do?
Alright, wait. Give me like 2 seconds, Trev. Sorry, bear with us.
And Chuck.
Okay. Trev, do you have me? I've ran out of the commentary box. I'm in pit lane. Do you have me?
I do. Oh, Hainsey in. There's a bit of pit. Well, what a time to be in the pit lane, Chuck, because you can tell us what's happening as we see a lot of drivers coming in to make some stops.
Yeah, so Trevor, I'm down here in pit lane and it's getting quite active as you can see some of the front runners coming in. It seems like they're doing their final stop here, but I got told I needed to do a friendly reminder, and that is make sure you hit the follow button. If you don't, some of these drivers might end up getting a stop go 30 or a drive-through after they leave pit lane, and you don't want to be the culprit to that. So make sure you hit the follow button to save the drive-throughs. Back to you, Trev.
Back to you. Thank you for that. And yeah, we not quite sure whether we could go with that voice changing thing, but we did.
I couldn't, yeah.
We did, and it worked brilliantly because he is brilliant. Blackmail says Dinky Donk Donkey Kong with his little emojis there. And where is Dinky Donk from? Didn't save me, says Matchin. And Voodoo, the Nigerian prince. And got to be careful with that sort of stuff nowadays you go with. But you can just see there, Naughty Norm. And Mintmat in the pits as well. There's lots of action here in the pit lane.
Yeah, pit lane is very, very active. So making sure these drivers are following the white line, adhering to the rules on the exit. Looks like they're doing well. Stone Tower looks like he doesn't want to deal with John O'Stan, so he's letting him go. Norm as well. Currently P1 leading the race. They've been leading for a majority of it. They're in pit lane doing their final stop as well. Wilco, Kings Racing, still currently holding out P2. So it's getting interesting up the front, Trev. But I've got you an interview here with Zest.
Fantastic. Great to... Oh, Sniper with a drive-through penalty there. We don't want to see who's in the pit lane. We'll keep an eye on...
You need to follow to save people from getting drive-throughs, I warned you.
It's working. The Lost Boys picked up a puncher. Thank you, Fuller Boy. As we take a look at Zesto. Zesto, name, rank and serial number, please. Don't give us anything else. But how are you going, if you can hear us there?
Absolutely terrible. Well, it could be worse considering, but yeah, we had a bit of a shocker. Pit stop dramas with the strategy.
Well, Will started the race. It was going pretty well, and then the rain came, so he boxed. I jumped out. We held position pretty good in the wet, and then the changeover happened for the dries. He come in like the dries back on, and he was sitting happily in third. And then I was just watching the gap, Wilco just chewing up my gap, and I was thinking, geez, like I'm really slow at the moment. I'm not sure what's going on. Maybe it's just a transition phase. But about 20 minutes into the stint, we realised that it put on the tyres that we started the race on. So yeah, not good.
No, definitely. And FTSC1 Motorsport, of course, Will I Am and Zesto are with us there, back for another season. Pro Class, of course. Snorky is done for the day, Snorkel. Done for the day, thank you. So a lot of drivers jumping in for the final hour. Mate, what are the expectations there? We can see Will Star, are you trying to get in that top 10? Obviously you're trying to get in the top 10, but what's the expectations for the last hour or so?
Well, expectations is easily top 10, but if we can push it back towards the expectation, probably like hopefully 7th or something. But if we can get back to 5th, that'd be ideal. But yeah, we lost a lot of time because I was trying to push out the tyres right till getting the pit window timer, and I pretty much made it. On the last lap, pretty much lap, the tyre popped in the 3rd corner, so had to do a full lap with a puncture, and yeah, lost a lot of time. So see what he can salvage, and yeah, fingers crossed.
Well, fingers crossed, mate. Keep the heads high, and you never know what could happen. Long way to go. Tick over an hour left, mate. Thanks for joining us. We're watching Will Star at the moment, mate, but thank you for taking the time to join us, mate, and all the best for the next hour or so.
Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
Thank you. That is Zest on the line. Zesto. Riggsy says Zesty's our man. If he can't do it, Will Star can. And I believe that the Holy Spirit is with me, and you can see now we've got somebody else in the commentary box with Glasso as well. Glasso, have you got us there?
Hey guys, what's happening?
Mate, all happening here. Never a dull moment in our commentary box, that's for sure, but especially when Voodoo's around. But Glasso, mate, talk us through the race. First 3 hours gone, still an hour to go, mate. How are you feeling?
I'm wrecked, mate. I'm absolutely saturated in sweat. It's such a tough race. It's super competitive out there. We didn't get the qualifying that we needed, so we've been fighting at the back the whole day, but the racing's been great. Made contact with Hellraiser on my in-lap. Had nowhere to go, lifted, spun him, kept racing, so I sent him an apology, and yeah.
No, these things happen, mate. And what were the expectations coming in? Obviously a new season, plenty of excitement around pre-season. Of course, we had the 8 hours of Bathurst, mate, but what were the expectations coming into this afternoon?
Me and Mickey decided I don't know what made us decide. We decided to switch to the Porsche. I've never driven it. It is an absolute beast to drive. It's temperamental. It can be so. It's like one lap, it's a great race. The next lap, you want to burn the thing. I think finish the race with no drive-through was my goal for today. I'm not driving anymore. Mickey's on there with 2 track cuts, so hopefully we can get it over without getting drive-through. But that was our goal. I think just finish the race and build momentum. I think.
Well, fantastic, mate. You're doing the best you can, Glasso. Thanks for joining us, and thank you for taking the time, mate. Always a pleasure, and we'll catch you very, very soon.
All good, guys. Thought I wouldn't be an endurance race without jumping in the channel.
No, thank you. Always can rely on that. Speaking of drive-throughs, Chuck, I'm looking at King's Racing here. It appears that Jason Wilkinson has a drive-through penalty for that team. What is happening there?
Yes, so looks like Mr. Officer did a little bit of a speedy and got himself a little bit of a ticket from race control, and has to come through and serve himself a drive-through. So I think that might have cost him his chance at clawing his way up to a P2, and it might even put him into a bit of a rough spot to claw on to the final step of the podium here, Trev.
I think this is going to cost them, isn't it? Very much so. It's going to cost them not only a chance at P2, might have cost them very much so. Snorkel says, bro's the server host, and how ironic that Officer Wilkinson has been caught speeding. Evening all. Nismo is with us, the boss. Everybody be upstanding for the New Zealand national anthem. He is with us. He has been. We know all about where you've been. Lewis has given up your position and your location as Wilco into the pits. You don't want to speed in there while you're serving that penalty, Chuck. He's through the pits, and this is going to be disaster for Kings Racing.
Yeah, it's definitely disaster, but thankfully it's not too long of a pit lane. I think they might lose about 30 seconds or so in terms of pit lane travel. They'll still hopefully secure themselves on that final step of the podium, but we'll have to see how that goes, because John for Cave Racing is back in the car, and we know he was very racy last time we saw him in there, so interesting to see how this goes.
There's John, Captain Risky and Mac Miller. Look at this. Captain Risky, BCG3 versus Kings 2. Evening to Nismo. The great Nathan Nismo. Nath, great to have you with us. Let us know what you've been up to today. Love his stuff. Get amongst it. The socials, Hooncorp Esports, they do terrific stuff. And let's have a look at this. Doing terrific work here. Captain Risky, the insurance specialist. For AAMI, he's also doing a good job, but now we've got an hour left. Ooh, it's going to be hard to ring our ding bell and ring a ding ding because we've got an hour left, Prince, and you know what that means, Prince?
Oh, it's the final countdown.
I think I feel this wheel spin coming on. Ding, 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 ding. And it's time, Prince, to get the wheel spin underway. Are you ready, Prince? Are you ready at home?
Oh, I'm ready.
One $25 PSN voucher to give away. Here we go! Who's it gonna be? It is Gazza! Ding, 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 ding! Gaz has won a $25,000.
I think we're gonna go broke, Trev.
It's not 25 grand, Gaz. It's not 25 grand, Gaz. We'll get rid of that. Thank you, Gary. How do we get rid of this? How do we get rid of this, Prince? There we go. It's not a $25,000 voucher. Just take off 3 zeros, Prince, and $25 is heading to Captain Muffin, Blind Man, Matchin, and Big Gaz. Is getting $25 there. Not quite the 25. That'll be a few games, wouldn't it, on the PSN library, Chuck? But, Jason Wilkinson into the pits. What's happening here? They are in the pits, and they are stationary, which means they're not moving.
Yeah, this is interesting. So, they came into pit lane for their final stop, secured themselves the drive-through, came through and did the drive-through. Now they're back in for an unscheduled stop. They now just dropped down to P4. This is spelling disaster, Trevor. I wonder what's going on inside that car.
Well, this is an absolute disaster. I remember saying that, Matterford in the car now. So what is going on there? They've changed drivers. Has Wilco got sweaty palms and decided to chuck in the sponge?
I'm wondering whether they accidentally put Wilco. No, Wilco only did a stint, right? Wilco did an hour, then Madford did an hour. Oh, actually, yeah, I think I'm right. So I think Wilco was accidentally in the car when Madford was meant to be the last driver in there. So when they did the stop, they forgot to do the driver swap, got a drive-through. They can't do a stop during the drive-through penalty. So they had to serve it, and then they had to come back in and do a driver swap. Otherwise, they'd run into an issue with driver time.
Wow.
So that's interesting.
So that is terrible news for them. And where are they now? They're dropping down the field. I've got to say, we're hearing some news that HC1 have retired. Physical complications for Andrew and technological problems for Lewis. We know Lewis has had some issues, but that is bad news, unfortunately. Disappointing for them. They were looking good, weren't they, early on, especially Prince, but now they've had to withdraw from the race.
Yeah, honestly, they had real good podium, if not winning pace here for round one. They had an issue early on where they disconnected. They rejoined in P25. clawed their way back to inside the top 10 on their way to, I think they might have even made it into the top 5 again. And then, yeah, obviously it's just not been their afternoon. So hopefully round 2 will treat them a little bit better. Because, yeah, disappointing knowing, you had the fastest lap and, you also had race winning pace. So, yeah, unfortunate you hate to see it, but that's just endurance racing at its finest, I think.
Yep, it can happen. We know that they dropped out, didn't they, at Suzuka as well. But so annoying. We have no stint timer. We got the message thinking it was 10-minute warning, but then got the penalty as we were entering the pit lane. Didn't let us serve the penalty, so we've done 2 drive-throughs. We would have been P3 battling Cave Racing. Disaster for them. I remember one of the very first broadcasts I did many years ago. I was throwing the word disaster around. And then someone tapped me on the shoulder and said, "The Titanic's sinking. That's a disaster. This is only a game of sport. This is only a game of football." But, so you got to be very careful how you use your words. But Gaz, is that big Gaz Liddell who's joined us? I'm not sure whether that's the same Gary, but what we're going to do, Chuck, we're going to watch this battle for a little while with the natural sound of the BMW and the cars around him, and I'm going to go off to have some curried sausages on a bed of rice with a Pepsi Max to go with it. And we'll be back in a couple of minutes, Chuck, for the final hour. What do you say?
Yeah, sounds like a plan to me. Just before we go, though, if you are enjoying the stream, please do consider hitting the follow button if you want to support Trev and the stream as well. Use your Amazon Prime, that's the best way, or you can use a tier 1 subscription. But yeah, as Trev said, we'll be right back after a short break.
We'll be back. We'll keep you online though with Super VT. We'll go for a lap or a couple of laps of this beautiful circuit here. We'll be back in just a few moments. Stay with us. Welcome back to the final 45 minutes of this race. 120 laps gone. There's still plenty to play out here. We did have a break there. That was for my curried sausages and mashed potato, not on a bed of rice like I was expecting, but even better. Thank you. Beautiful dish there, but it's a dish best served hot, the curried sausages, drizzling the gravy over your spud, because Hainsey and Minky Monkey, I'll start again. Monkey Matt having a good battle here, Chuck.
Yeah, this is a good battle, you know. This is what we love to see with 45 minutes left on the clock. You know, it's not over until you see that checkered flag, so these guys obviously putting their best foot forward. Immortal Nico C has just come out of pit lane as well, so provisionally P9, I guess, until the standings update. But this battle, Trev, this is what we love to see in endurance racing. You know, when you get into that final hour, we love to see these fights for position.
And sometimes you can see these kind of battles, Nigerian Prince, because we go for 3 hours and 15 minutes, and then in the last hour you can see these kinds of things happen. Very close there on that occasion. First time chatter. Branch, is that the Branchy? Unlucky mate, he says, replying to Wilco. No, put that in a pan. What are you having for dinner? What are you having for dinner in the chat? Big congratulations too for our 4 winners of the 4 $25 vouchers there. Muffin, VTX, Blind Man, Matchin and Gaz, who probably for a split second thought he won 25,000, but we don't have 25,000. So anyway, we've given him $25. Branchy says, my girlfriend, and there we go. Gee, the context when you read these chats, Prince, without any context, it's interesting. Haven't done the 410s or the 360s in a while. Might have to do them again soon. Not sure what caused it. Rigsy, great stuff, Rigsy and Wilco there. Where are they on the timing now? Matterford down in 4th, so it has cost them greatly, hasn't it, Nigerian Prince?
Yeah, so it does appear that they've gone almost a full lap down. I think they're still managing to hold on. That will change once they go over the start finish line here, but yeah, they're still holding on to a P4, 6 seconds behind though, leading and winning Pro-Am. Ikentosh is looking to take a P4. I don't think that's going to be left on the table.
And speaking of leaving things on the table, Team Little Bear, let's just take a look here. Team Little Bear gifting two Tier 1 subs to the Kid Buyers community. They've gifted a total of 2 in the channel. How good is that? Gifting a sub to Sparky God and Josh Stroom 16, throwing his subscriptions around randomly. How good is that?
Team Little Bear, absolute legend. Thank you for gifting 2 subs to Trev's community. We greatly appreciate it.
We greatly appreciate you being with us here. And let's have a look at Mac Miller there. A close battle going on with Captain Risky, and Captain Risky named appropriately after the insurance specialist from AAMI. He has been in the thick of his action. He's really dipping his gravy in, isn't he, this afternoon, because he's been everywhere at the moment.
Yeah, Mac and Cheese has been doing really, really good over the course of this race. That car, they've been doing really well, you know. Both the King's cars have had great performance over the course of the race so far. Even in the rain as well that we had the brief period for, you know, some of them might not be happy with the results or what could have been. But at the end of the day, Valencia is a really tricky track. They've been doing well. They're securing a top 10 and a top 5 provisionally for both of those cars.
And a very good result there. Remember, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. And you can see there 42 minutes to go. 41 people still watching us. Let us know wherever you're watching, because Bathurst, we had a stint timer on the HUD. Wilco, here I am. What's Wilco trying to say? I'm making up excuses. Maybe I keep making up excuses enough people will believe me. Haha. Wow, yes, so there you go. Thank you for that, Wilco. And I'd hate to be on Carrum Downs Parade, wouldn't you, with a speed camera there. But Adelaide is where Am I a Failure is tuning in from. The Adelaide Hills are singing with the sound of an Adelaide viewer, Chuck. Always good to see.
Yeah, I've been meeting quite a few people on Twitch recently, and a part of the communities that we have, Trev, that are from Adelaide. It's a small world we live in.
Don't forget, We will be live streaming whenever Nigerian Prince and myself finally meet each other. We will be live streaming, whether it's at the airport or flying into Carrum Downs. No, Adelaide Hills, I should say. We will be we'll have to live stream that, Chuck, won't we? When that
yeah, we're
finally.
gonna have to live stream like a ghost hunt or something.
Yes. Just Blair Witch Project or something. But 41 minutes remaining. Stick with us because we've still got to do that Beechworth Ghost Tour. Myself and the Nigerian Prince. You can see the drivers really using the most of the track there as they come onto that start-finish straight. They're using the track. We see, as with most circuits, we're seeing a lot of those runoff areas, aren't we, Chuck? And they're making the most of it.
Yeah, talking about making the most of it, Mac has gone and gotten himself a drive-through, which is not going to be good for him. Hopefully, he can still retain a P7. Looks like there's a bit of a gap they have to P8, so they'll have 3 laps before they get further penalties and stuff like that. So it's a question as to whether they'll come and serve it now or whether they'll wait off a little bit longer.
As the Adelaide people are gathering, aren't they, in the chat? God's Country, says Savage Duck. Another Adelaide viewer, Matty Boy, there saying, yes, God's Country indeed. And host of the Australian Formula One Grand Prix. My goodness me, very early memories there, Chuck, but that was an absolute, an incredible event if you were alive. But it was incredible, that's for sure. That whole town just went off back in the day, of course, but I was quite young. Oh, and somebody off there. Sideways Polka there, was it in the background? Where is he on the pecking order? Down there in 26th. He's been off the track as well.
Yeah, looked like something had gone on. Maybe a little bit of miscommunication in the blue flags between P1 and P26 here with Sideways Polka. So, yeah, it looked like no harm, no foul. Something maybe the stewards need to look into. But yeah, it doesn't look like any of them got any damage. So that's at least one bonus.
There we go. Super gold on the last F1 there. Absolute blast. And yeah, that last race absolutely was fantastic. Good time slot too, Prince, wasn't it? Early to mid-November. Last race of the year. 16 races. I think they got 24 now. So yeah, so all Matterford, beg your pardon. King's Racing, Stone Harbour. Very close. Riggsy says, got to say Adelaide is pretty mint. Adelaide Hills are beautiful. Got to drive through there on the way to the bend last year. And very, very nice place. Nice wines too, Prince. They had Gather Round there in the AFL. And I'll tell you what AFL is in just a few moments, Prince. But Mac Miller in P7. Do you reckon we were on board? I think we were on board, weren't we, when he might have just dipped his wheel out a little bit too wide there. I think it might have been at the last corner.
Yeah, it definitely was. It was when you were saying how they were making the most of the track. Mac literally took that to a thing and unfortunately, yeah, tripped over and took all track limits. So, yeah, I'm interested to see though if he will come in this lap or not. But it is very unfortunate because there was absolutely no time between him and P6. So, you know, it's the what could have been, but you know, sometimes it's just the way the cookie crumbles.
Yes, and there's been plenty of people's cookies have been crumbling tonight, especially when they're fresh. When they're fresh, they're not too crumbly, are they, Prince? They're sort of doughy and a bit chewy and gooey. And
oh, dude, like a warm chocolate chip cookie straight out of the oven. Can't get better than that.
No, as there is a driver off down there. We might see if we can see who that is. Is it car 18? Car 18, unless my eyes are deceiving me, and they have been deceiving me quite a bit.
What?
Car 18, Sideways, I think, is off the track again, Prince, so not a good couple of laps for Sideways.
Yeah, looks like the same spot that he got caught up in last time round, so yeah, it doesn't seem to be working for them at the moment. Maybe tyres are a little bit hot. Maybe they just need to focus on cooling them off a little bit as they're off the track again.
So they are struggling there inside 36 minutes to go in this one. What an event we've seen here. Big shout out to Andrelli, Voodoo, who else is there? Wilco, and Burrow and everybody, whoever else, you know who you are out there for helping set this stuff up. We just turn up and talk, don't we, Prince? And act as gorgeous as we are, don't we, as on the day? But a lot of effort goes into this stuff, doesn't it, to get it up and running and get people organised, dates, etc., calendars, working around other series. It's not an easy gig, really, when you think about it, and how gorgeous we are.
Yeah, definitely not. Like a lot goes into being able to put this kind of thing together. Not only the drivers being able to show up, but also every single piece of work that goes on behind the scenes, from graphics to making sure the series dates are all pristine and perfect and doesn't clash with anything, and is within a good window and stuff like that. So everything that goes into it allows these guys to go racing for 4 hours and enjoy each week or sorry, each round as we go through the calendar. So if you guys do want to get involved in the endurance series, !endurance, jump in there. Weekly series as well, Wednesday, Thursday nights, !Discord, jump in there too.
Well, you can jump in everywhere you like, because how good is Monkey Matt on... Where is Monkey Matt? Monkey Magic on debut, Hoon Corp 3, and he is doing an almighty job keeping Hainsey behind him and Match in there as well. This is the battle. Top 10 positions up for grabs. This man, the boss just letting us know, this man only getting ACC like 2 weeks ago, and now look at what he's doing, keeping these two behind him.
Yeah, that's really impressive. Only picked up the game 2 weeks ago. Very, very impressed. He's definitely going to be someone we're going to have to keep an eye on over the course of this series, I think, Trev.
As someone's been sneaking into my sound effects there. There's a few ones I haven't recognised there. as who's been in my sound effects drawer, but 34 minutes to go. Norm says this man is a legend. We'll keep an eye on this battle too. There's a lot happening. 15.7 seconds between 1 and 2, so that isn't really doing anything. I think it's dropped by a couple of tenths in the last hour, but I think it's pretty much set at the front.
Get in my sack! Get in it!
With pleasure. And that coming from, for context for everyone out there, Prince, remember that race? It was Christmas time, wasn't it? The night before Christmas. And and you managed to pick up an incredible win here, but that is going to be a very wide car for the next 30 minutes, Prince. Do you reckon Monkey Matt can get this done here and stay? Oh, has Hainsey dropped back a bit there, Chuck? I can only see one out of one eyeball, but the one working eye is showing me that Hainsey has dropped back.
Yeah, it does look like he's dropped back a little bit there, and the gap isn't really too much, so maybe tires are going off, but then again it seems too early, so I wonder if he's just pushing a little bit too hard at the moment, making a couple of small mistakes, as we've almost got somebody matching, looking like he wanted to go down the inside.
And while he is looking on the inside, breaking news out of Hoon Corp, and that is, we're looking at one of your Hoon Corp boys on the screen at the moment. Breaking news, they are looking to front a fourth car to keep Matt in the series if he's keen to continue. You heard it here first. Nismo Nath we've got some breaking news there. That is great news for Hoon Corp and for Matt as well, isn't it, Chuck?
Yeah, definitely some good news. So Hoon Corp extending their branch of cars that they have in the series. It's really, really good to see. So, hopefully some of these other teams can branch out as well, as we've seen a couple of fresh teams bringing in new cars for the year. But Matchin makes a bit of a mistake there. I don't know if he was assisted, was he, Trev?
No, I don't think he was. Was it just an unforced error or something? Bouncing over the curbs there again. So in the space of a couple of laps, you can see there, we hope the server can handle it, says Nismo Nathan. What is the limit? Is there a limit to the drivers in the teams? Or the drivers, I should say, in the lobby? We've had some issues with the lobby with 70 plus. We've had 80 odd, haven't we, at some point? I'm sure we've had 80 odd in the past, haven't we?
Yeah, I don't know what the limitations are on the console, but I've been doing Nord's races the last few nights. I've been doing some real degen hours and been staying awake until like 4 a.m. doing Nords. And there's been nearly like 100 people in the server. So I don't think it would be too much of an issue in terms of how many drivers we have registered for the series at the moment compared to what it can handle.
And we hope the server can handle it, says Nismo. And he says, if I recall, the limit is 99. Doesn't matter how many cars. It's a driver cap. BCG3 for Norm there. And BCG3, Captain Risky. Nice, liking this little battle here. So it could be 10 teams of 9 or 99 teams of 1. So 90, now can you imagine trying to get some clear air on a qualifying run? 99 cars on the circuit. And that would be pretty hectic, wouldn't it, Prince? But anyway, more the merrier. We're more than welcome to join if they want to.
Yeah, exactly. You know, on a tight track and small track like Valencia here, I think 99 cars, I think you'd be lucky to get a lap in.
And this continues. This battle continues now. 30 minutes to go, and that means that we've raced 3 hours. And this is very awkward around here right now. Stoney way faster than both these cars, but 2 laps down. That's what you get in endurance racing, isn't it, Prince? You get cars out of position, some not on the lead lap, some out of position, and you've just got to manage that, don't you? Is it difficult to manage? I guess, like you always say, sometimes the faster car, you've just got to understand when someone's behind you and faster, but you're not going to just let them through at the same time, are you?
Yeah, exactly. You know, it's about holding them behind as long as you can, but at the same time, if they are quicker, you kind of give them the benefit of the doubt. Let them have the opportunity to go past. If they build a gap, good. If not, then they have to yield the position and give it back to you. But yeah, it looks like Snipers unfortunately copped another drive-through possibly for track limits. They're coming in and serving that one straight away. But yeah, it's a tricky one. I mean, I would give the benefit of the doubt personally. See if they're quicker, give them a couple of corners. If they're not, then flash them and basically get them to yield it back. But yeah, it's a tricky place to be, especially in the final 30 minutes.
So less tick under 29 minutes to go. Sniper there coming out in reasonably clear air. And there's Captain Muffin driving around for BSR, and you've got to really understand what's going through this man's mind. Will he be thinking about staying inside the top 20, Prince? Will he be thinking about his $25 PSN voucher at the moment? Where is his mind going to be at in the next 28 minutes?
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting one. I mean, he might not even know he's won a $25 PSN gift voucher yet. But I mean, it would be good if somebody from the team could inform us as to whether he knows it. But yeah, look, top 20 currently, you know, it's one of those ones you can sit back and go, right, we had good pace, but unfortunately this just wasn't our race. You know, or maybe we made a bad strategy call, and you know, it's those things. They've got 4 weeks or 5 weeks, I think, until we go into round 2 at Imola, I believe it is. So there's a lot of time between now and then to kind of sit back, hash out a couple of errors that you think you made, and kind of set yourself up. You know, there's a lot of time to work on and improve.
And that's what it's all about, getting better every single day. Last half hour and 2 laps down should leave them be, says naughty Norman Price. But we are nearly at the end, round 1. It's been an incredible time. Captain Risky as well. Can we look at Stone Harbour's battle? We certainly can. And Stone Harbour, whereabouts are they, Prince? I'm struggling here.
P23.
There we go. We're going to have a look at this battle. Thank you, Josh Green, 232, for letting us know. We're going to have a look at this battle. Captain Risky and Stone Harbour. How good is this? This is what you get up and eat your beans on toast for. Look how close it is. Ikatosh, Stone Harbour, all down the main straight. Where is a good opportunity here, Prince? Or are they just going to let this all play out in front of them? But look how close they are. We're 3.5 hours in and we're still seeing battles like this.
Yeah, so this isn't a battle for track position. Stone Harbour's a lap down compared to Captain Risky and Ikentosh. Yeah, they're all kind of in different places in terms of lap time and track position, but they're all in the same space of track.
And yes, so they are in various different positions. Thank you, Josh Green. Great to have everyone with us still. 42 people watching this, 26 minutes to go here this evening. We'll keep an eye on this battle. 26 minutes remaining in this one. Stick around post-race. We'll have the details. When do we kick off? Is it KRL, Prince? When do we kick off the new season? Is it coming up in a couple of weeks' time?
Let me check and I'll get back to you.
We'll get back to us. Thank you. Sorry to put you on the spot there. But look at this battle. It's continuing to rage like you wouldn't believe. That gap at the front, 140, 134 laps completed. 15.9 is that gap with Jono there behind the wheel of that car. Cave Racing, good to see them in a podium position. Matterford as well. They're doing nicely for Kings Racing. They would have been comfortably inside that top three, you would suspect, if they didn't have their issues with drive-through penalties and stint timers and all the rest of it. Captain Risky there. We'll keep an eye on this battle because it's getting very close indeed. 25 minutes to go until the end of this race. It's been an absolute pleasure to bring it to you. Most people, as we know, have been watching or tuning in from Adelaide and the Adelaide Hills. Great part of the world. Great wine, great people. Where else would you want to be, that's for sure. But Sunday night, Sunday afternoon, Sunday evening, depending on where you are, this has been a fantastic race and continues to be a fantastic race as these battles are continuing to heat up here, all for position, of course, and jostling in their various classes and positions. And Captain Risky there has got a bit of a run on there, but we'll see Ikitosh just behind him. Machin and Monkey as well, also in a good battle. We'll keep an eye on that. We've got to go down the field until we see Stone Towel as well having a battle here, Prince. So there's multiple things happening all at once in front of my eyes.
Yeah, there is definitely a lot of battles all kind of kicking on in this closing 25 minutes. And this is what we love to see. It's a battle for P17. And they're still going at it, Trev. Like, 24 minutes on the clock. I got a feeling Stone Town might have the pace depending on how the porker goes with tyres towards the end.
Interesting question, Chuck Norris. And that is what he is full of. Interesting questions, interesting scenarios, and an interesting man altogether. You can see new KRL season kicking off 24-25. Discord for more information, and the Endurance Series 31st of May to 2nd of June at Imola for the 6 hours of Imola. Savage Duck, home of the National Motor Museum in Birdwood, Adelaide Hills. These Adelaide Hills are getting a workout, and if you are in the Adelaide Hills, just head out to Mount Burridge. Mount Burridge? That's a mountain. That's the mountain name after Burra Dog, isn't it? But BCG3 driver of the day, 26th to 5th at this point. I think it'll be very hard to beat that. But yeah, great place to visit. Grew up there, and boy, what a fantastic event it is. Not only this one, but anything happening in Adelaide. They had Gather Round, Machin and Monkey. This man on his debut still holding that position, but now he's vulnerable down the main straight here, Nigerian Prince, as Machin looking to go down the inside.
Yeah, Machin looking to go for a nice send here. This is kind of the move that he wants to get done, which he gets done quite easily. Monkey Matt looking down the inside just to double check where his braking marker is. Almost trying to put Machin off as well. But the pressure's going to be on now. Just over 22 minutes, or just about to go under 22 minutes left on the clock now. This is a good battle for taking out a top 10 result. The Machin's going to be pushing and pushing. But the Porker tyres are pretty bad late stint around here. So hopefully that doesn't come back to get him compared to the Aston. But I do see we've had somebody sneak their way into the commentary box, Trev. I don't know if he wants an interview or whether we're getting told off. But I'll be back.
Depends what type of interview it is. We do not have to say anything, but anything we do say may be given in evidence. And it is Jason Wilkinson from Kings Racing. And boy, they've had some really bad stuff happening to them. I think we've got Wilco with us here in the commentary box. Jason Wilkinson from Kings Racing, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. How are you?
Good, thanks. It'd be nice to come in without the attitude, if you don't mind. Anyway, mate, talk us through the race. You and Matterford really mixing it with the big boys up front, and then just those drive-through penalties really, really hurting you there mid-race.
Yeah, the plan was for Matterford to start the race, and then we had all this connection issues and stuff, which meant that, as we were sorting that out, we decided every driver one has to start the race. A few people didn't listen to it. At the end of the day, everyone was able to load into the server. So the issue we were having before was it must be over 70 or 72 drivers. There's a limit that once we filled up that, no one else can join in. So there was actually a couple of teams missing out. We had to do a restart, and then we told the team to have 3 drivers to not load in and just sort of have to switch in and out of the server as you do your pit stops. But fortunately that sort of worked in the end, and we're able to start. But then I had Matterford's pressures for the first stint, and it wasn't too good. But like at the end of the day, I think we were 5th then, and then we had rain, and then had to do drive-throughs. The sync timer wasn't showing, and normally you get a 10-minute warning, but literally as I was coming into the pits, like maybe 3 seconds, I got the penalty, and then I didn't serve it. So still 4th. We've got Risky catching up to us now. I'm not sure Matterford's struggling for a bit of pace here, and he's having issues with black cars, but hopefully we can hold him to 4th, 20 minutes to go, and we'll go again in Imola.
Yes, Imola between June the 2nd, I believe. Yes, May 31st.
End of May, June,
Yep, end of May and June, that's coming up. April, new KRLC as well, kicking off April 24, 25. I'm not sure whether we reached a decision on the Anzac Day thing. I think we might have...
Yeah, we did. Yeah, we're racing.
Yep, go ahead.
There did a vote, and everyone was happy to do it, so we'll do a little special mention and minute silence and all that sort of stuff like we normally have done. And
yes, and you can see there less than 20 minutes to go now in this race. Jason Wilkinson, big season last year for you guys. Kings Racing, how are they travelling? How good are they travelling, I should say? Just branching off with a junior team as well, and you don't want the junior team to be beating the second team. I think everything seems to be running. They're down in P8, you're in P4, still on for a top 4 finish, but Kings Racing as well, back bigger and better for this season.
Yeah, well, Kings Junior or Binger and Mac, they've walking in my footsteps, getting drive-through, but they got off the track with it, so that hurt them because they were actually battling 5th and 6th. So it could have been 2 Kings Racing cars sort of, either side of this 5th and 6th battle, but unfortunately, Mac just got he had a moment of last corner and actually got a drive-through, so I don't know where they are, probably P7. I think it should be P7 or 8, so still for them in the GTR, which is a bit of a boat. They've done well, but we'll try and team up as a 4-driver team come the 6-hour races. And we'll see.
We will see indeed. Thank you, Jason Wilkinson, for joining us. Always a pleasure. And any special shout-outs or anything, Wilco, whilst we've got you there on the line?
Just a special shout-out to Ian Voodoo for spending 4 hours of this Sunday commentating us rookies and wannabe drivers doing some sim racing on Sunday. So appreciate you guys. Thank you to all the viewers, and thank you to the drivers for their patience earlier today. So we'll sort some issues out, and we'll be all firing on all guns all cylinders by Imola.
Yeah, it's going to be great. That's coming up.
Right.
It's
Sorry, I just had to quickly yell out to Matterford. There was a car in the middle of the road there. All good.
Yep, that's okay. We'll let you keep spotting, and we'll get back to you in a moment. Thank you, Wilco. Awesome. Always a pleasure to talk. Beaky sending the love to Wilco, saying love you, Wilco. And, mate, thanks for joining us. Kings Racing.
Love you too, Beaky.
Great stuff. Great to have you, Beaky, from Coringal in Frankston. And always a pleasure. Thank you, Wilco, for joining us. We'll let you get back to it.
Thank you. And again, thanks everyone for watching and racing. So congrats to the podium. I'm sure it looks pretty set in stone. So congrats to everyone. Thank you. See you later.
See you later, says Jason Wilkinson there. And named after Jason Dunstall, of course, the classic full forward. Prince, have we got you back there? We're looking at Nemo in the lead of that car at the moment. They really have not put a foot wrong here, if I can speak English properly. But big shout out to Beaky as well. Sorry guys, don't mean to be a downer. Not sure if it's been said, but thoughts go out to everyone concerned at the Bondi Westfield, the shopping centre. What happened there, Prince? It just it was a lot to take in. But yeah, our thoughts are with everybody involved in that, and yeah, very, very ordinary thing to happen. So yeah, our thoughts always thinking of everybody out there, Prince, because you know, some days we wake up and think, well, you know, we're not feeling that great, but it can be a lot worse, can't it, in many instances. So
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it can, you know, quickly turn on its head, very, very quickly, and it's just sad that, you know, that's just kind of the world that we live in these days. But thankfully, though, we have a good motor race here, and we're closing into that final 15 minutes now. So BCG 12-second gap off of their number 2 car that's leading the race. Unfortunate race as well for Kings Racing 1. I do believe they would have had a good fight towards the end for P2. But yeah, they're currently P4 holding on to it. Captain Risky, though, 1.3 seconds back in P5 off of that battle as well. And likewise all the way through the grid as well, Trev. A lot of these drivers have had their trials, tribulations, drive-throughs, you name it. And, you know, a lot of them are still circulating and having a good run here for the new season.
And you can see there, BCG3 catching the Kings. Keep an eye out for that. Diswood in a good battle as well. Never catching P12. Going to be a battle with John and Barters in the end. Thank you, Wilco. Norm. Snorkel. Norm, what am I talking about? Snorkel. S2T3 got disconnected as well, Prince. So there you go. Another one disconnecting.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. There's been quite a few disconnects today, and some of those drivers managed to continue on, and others have just called it a day, unfortunately. So hopefully, fingers crossed, you know, by the time we get to Imola in a few weeks' time, that the server issues will have stabilized and there won't be too many issues. But yeah, we'll have to see how that goes.
As Beaky jumping in, it's a three-way fight now, says Wilco, sorry, with until the end with the Kings. Number 19, of course, 56 and 38 as well. Your supplementaries are 38 and 27. Ekatosh and Willstar, if something goes wrong, they might be in business there. Beaky says, feeling the love right now, Voodoo. You're beautiful. You're beautiful. It's true. And Beaky, loving your work, Prince. I think everybody does. Always great work, Prince. Do you even know how good you are, or are you even aware of your own greatness?
I don't know if Chuck Norris understands the limitations of greatness.
And yes, born, and then the next day the Germans surrendered. That's what happened. 12 minutes remaining. They knew better than to fool with Chuck Norris. There's 12 and a half minutes remaining in this race. What have your highlights been, Prince? I might give you a little bit of time to marinate on that one, but just overall, mate, what are your thoughts on this race? We've seen a lot of close racing. It hasn't been one of those ones. We haven't seen too many dull patches, have we, in this race? Sometimes you get an odd hour or so where not much happens, but it seemed to be something to look at, whichever way you want to look at it.
Yeah, exactly. You know, pace has been really, really good throughout the grid, and you know, obviously things have happened like mistakes, drive-throughs, disconnects, those kinds of things. So drivers have probably not got the result they were hoping in round one, but you know, BCG2 have been standing out as just the quickest car overall. In terms of currently running, unfortunately, we did lose probably our winning car to a disconnect. They did come back, have a really good comeback drive that I was looking forward to seeing where they were going to finish. And then obviously they had to retire the car. So yeah, a lot of sadness throughout the race in terms of those side of things. But at the same time, we've also had some killer battles. All the way throughout the grid, doesn't matter whether it was for the front or the middle or the back. There were so many good battles throughout the whole race, and it's not even letting up. We've got 11 minutes on the clock, and they're still so close. So these drivers are really going tooth and nail to the checkered flag.
Wow, John as well. Cave Racing, this mob have been incredible. And seriously, kid buyers, please don't sing. You're setting the dog off. And you know what happens when you say don't sing? I will sing. I will never stop. The dog likes my singing. No, she doesn't. And wow, that's a bit rough there by that comment. That's a bit racy there. Not quite for this time slot. But 10 minutes to go. Cave Racing with John. And don't forget, Beaky, if you want me to sing, just say, and I will. And there we go. 144 laps completed. 10 seconds, but it couldn't happen, could it? 10 seconds, 1 second a lap. I don't think so between Jono and Nemo.
Yeah, not too much between them at all. The gap has been really coming down now, but unfortunately, with under 10 minutes on the clock and just under 11 seconds to go, I don't think they're gonna really be able to catch Nemo in the number one car. So not unless team orders come through and they go, nah, man, you might be 10 seconds up the road, but you're letting us win instead. But I don't think that'll happen. Nonetheless, though, these guys have been really good so far. The two BCG cars running P1 and 2 have been doing that for quite a while now. So, it's time to bring it home and see the checker flag.
Yes, it's the final countdown. And you can see there inside 10 minutes, 9 to go. And Nemo leads for BCG2, Jono in second, John in third, Manafort in fourth. Look at Captain Risky. Prince, have you seen anybody more relentless than Captain Risky? He is throwing his car everywhere. Can he find a way past in the next few laps here?
Oh, it's going to be close. He's doing everything he can, sending the porker as much as he can. I wonder whether he's managed to save those tyres enough just so that he can do a full send here in the final 10 minutes, because he's going all out here, Trev. He's clawing the time out of Madford.
And he's going to need to do that because we're in for a big finish. And Cowhide, you can put your bits away there because we're not done with yet. Cowhide getting a bit racy there. Good news, we're back in. Sadly, we're even further down from before that snorkel. Nismo, the boss, says HC3 disconnected with 10 minutes to go. Are you kidding me? Oh, that's pretty tough, isn't it? We've seen drivers, they race for all that time, Prince, and they get booted at the end. And winner's panties are pink. Go Norm, says Cowhide. And I got to say, there's nothing worse. You do all that work, Prince, and then you get booted with a few minutes left.
Yeah, exactly. It's not the thing that you love to see, but the thing we do love to see is Captain Risky right on the bumper of Madford now, and 7.5 minutes on the clock.
Oh, it's going to go right down to the wire. Right down to the end. Do not go anywhere. What's that gap at the front? It's not enough. Oh, we got Stewie, and Hainsey as well. This for a position just outside the top 10, P11. And you can see there that, very close. Lots of cars there. line astern running pretty much tightly knit there. Hainsey under pressure. Can he keep that position, Prince, in the next 6 minutes?
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. You know, Stu's putting the pressure on and is doing everything he can to try and get past Hainsey. So it's another one of those ones, you know, who's got the better tyres in the given situation, because, you know, you might be lucky and snake yourself a position at the end here. But Super VT does have a drive-through penalty as well. I believe that one's going to be for track limits.
Let's have a look. Stewie and Super VT with that penalty. Still a fantastic effort from Super VT. We've been mentioning it all evening, but late withdrawal from her teammate. Seeing her go for the 4 hours, if you don't mind, almost 4 hours, 3 hours, 55 minutes to go here. And you've got to say, a fantastic effort all round. Testing. Matterford doing well, keeping his eyes forward, and that's what you've got to do. You can't look back when you've got somebody behind you, Prince. You've got to look forward, but it is mighty close here. Captain Risky throwing it around willy-nilly. Can he get a move done?
Oh, it's going to be close. The tension and the build-up and everything coming down to this final 5 minutes. You know, it might be for P4, but at the end of the day, that's P4, and this is a championship now, or a championship round now. You know, obviously starting fresh season 2. So that one position might mean those points you get for that extra position at the end of the season might actually mean you're ending up a little bit further up in the overall championship. So everything to play for. Hopefully they don't throw the toys out of the cot in the final 5 minutes.
Oh, there can't be too long left. In fact, I can tell you exactly how long's left. A tick under 5 minutes. Matterford doing well, that's for sure. Fuller Boy, in other news, I've had 3 beers and 2 red wines since his last stint. This race feels longer than the Bathurst 8 hours. It has felt a little bit like that, but wow, 3 beers and 2 red wines. That's the way to do it here. Oh, Captain Risky, is this where the dirty air starts to play a part, you reckon, Chuck? Just being behind that car and can put you off. Can't it all running wide there? Interesting to see where this move will get done. We're probably only going to have a couple more opportunities, do we think, here, Prince, in the next, what have we got, a couple of laps left, do you reckon?
Yeah, so depending on where the leader is, there might be 3 more laps.
So we'll wait and see. We're going to pick up the leader here, Nemo, who's just started his lap. So what's the bet? This one and another one, I reckon. Maybe even 3, but another 2, I should say. 11 seconds back to Jono. And then 52 people joining us for the grand finale, the run home. And if you're out there watching, Prince, and you haven't already, what do they need to do, please?
Please be sure to hit the follow button. We'll greatly appreciate it.
Oh, and Risky has risked it too much. He has gone off the circuit somewhere, and that means that Matterford could potentially be safe in P4 for Kings Racing. The drama, he hit the fence, and that's what happened to Captain Risky. We missed that, but big drama here late in the race.
Yeah, he risked it for the biscuit quite literally, and ended up finding himself into the barrier, which is not what you want to be doing in the closing few laps that we have here, because you know it could have taken home a P4, but Madford probably taking a deep breath now and going, I've got a bit of a gap now, I don't have to worry about him, let's just bring it home. So yeah, there's a couple of other good battles going on throughout the grid though. For P10, that's really close, as well as Captain Muffin for P19. Those gaps are only a few tenths, if that.
Stop everything, because Soyen has followed the channel, which pushes us almost towards 350 followers. That is absolutely incredible. Maximum attack in the next couple of laps. We're going to notch over 150 laps here, which is incredible, really, when you think about it. Here is Nemo. Penultimate lap of this race, you'd reckon. He's going to notch up 150 plus laps. It's an incredible effort. And So Yen has joined us, newest member of the family, Chuck. Always a pleasure to welcome somebody new here to the family.
Yeah, couldn't agree more, Trev. We love welcoming new people into the community, into the family. It's always a good one. So if you do want to jump in for the races as well, Wednesday, Thursday nights, exclamation mark Discord. And for this Enduro series, we've got round 2 coming up in a few weeks' time at Imola for 6 hours, exclamation mark endurance for more information.
Well, just 90 seconds left in this one. Willstar making a late pit stop for FTSC1. What is happening there?
Oh, I'm not sure. This is a little bit of late drama. Maybe they've hit a stint timer. Maybe they ran out of fuel and didn't put enough in. Or, yeah, that's unfortunate for them.
PRT, maximum attack, says Sparky God for P14. And it doesn't matter what you're battling for. There's plenty of biscuits to pick up the crumbs from. And Sparky God there, thank you for the comment. Big Gaz says, love getting 3 hours and 50 minutes through the race just for our car to be spun. Spun past the turn 1 apex and given suspension damage. Grim indeed. F1 Savage Duck. Savage Duck. Why is he F1 Savage Duck? Anyway, still 50 people with us here tonight. Riggsy, I think I know why FTSC1 pitted. We'd love to know. Stint timer, Wilco. That is the thing, isn't it, that's been catching them out. Prince, as we see, this will be the last lap of the race. We've heard it from race control. BCG2, car number 1, Nigerian Prince, will finish in P1 here this evening, unless something dramatic happens in the next few corners.
Yeah, so unless we have a scenario, looks like BCG2 are going to secure a pretty solid weekend. P1 in Q1, I think they took a P2 in Q2, and then took a P1, I believe it was, in Q3 during the top 10 shootout, and obviously they've kind of had a really superb race. Oh my goodness, this is fantastic! Walk away with a P1, but I'll leave this up to you, Trev.
Final corner, final lap, 4 hours of racing. And it's BCG2 winning this race across the line. Not quite a grand slam, but close enough to it. They have dominated all weekend throughout qualifying and now throughout the race. Jono Stan, BCG1 and BCG2, not particularly in that order. First and second, of course, and then here we go. Great effort from them. Cave Racing with John. And 81, car number 81, the Mercedes-Benz, approaching turn 14 to finish this race on the podium. One new event, one corner to go here. This is the first event of a new season, second season of the Australia New Zealand Endurance Series. Always a pleasure to bring this to you as he comes across the line, and I think everybody else has finished. Matterford got the job done. Matterford and Monkey Matt. Look at this. I think Monkey Matt, what's going on here? Mac keeping that thing on the road. They are still racing. I don't think Monkey Matt, that is for position, of course, but what an effort from Monkey Matt in the Hooncorp car as well. Comes across the line. Well done, everybody. Some bot stole Savage Duck, so now I've put a series of ones before and after. Thank you, Savage Duck. Riggsy, boys are running lean on fuel after the puncher. Extremely tight on fuel for the flag, but there are battles continuing. Well, they were anyway. I think everybody's finished now. Metal Steel with a drive-through. Diswood getting a penalty as well, but that is it. Diswood with the donuts. And, oh, we didn't want to replay there, did we, Chuck? What's happened now? I've hit the replay button. Can we get out of that?
Now you've broken it. This is why we can't have nice things.
I think I've broken it. Oh no. Something's gone wrong. We'll be... Stay with us, ladies and gentlemen. Do not go anywhere. I'm going to reboot and get back in here. if I can. Yeah, we're going to quickly do a reboot, but wow, what a race, what an effort. Good effort to everyone involved. I've lost the ability to speak. Well done, everybody. Matt's position got reset because of the disconnection. We'll try to get those results amended. That would be fantastic. Later all, thank you, Savage Duck, for watching. Always a pleasure to bring this to you, Savage. Thanks for the follow as well. But I'm wondering, Prince, whether we might be able to... What are we doing here? We're getting the drivers in. Well done, firstly, to the commentary team, organisers in the background, and all the drivers involved. Riggsy, you're too nice. Hello? It seems that we have lost the Nigerian Prince there. Good race, lads.
Sorry,
Good
I'm here. I'm trying to Freddy Fast Fingers interviews for you.
Yeah, all right. Bloody, you're about as Wilco with your attitude, I tell you what. Okay. Huge shout out to the flaggies and track volunteers, those 2D figures at the side of the circuit who constantly wave the wrong flags, and every second one of them looked like the last. Big thank you to all of them, but we'll try and get back in the server if we can, Prince. So we can just recap those results, because that'd be really handy. And we might load back in. I think we're doing that right now. I'm not allowed to show you passwords or anything like that. We're almost back. We are loading in. And here we go. And getting back to the results on your screen. I think I've got them now, Chuck. They're on our screens. Nemo with Norm and Keaton winning the race. Jono in second with Sidorg and Mitmat. And Cave racing inside the top three. And that was in the next class. Ikatosh winning for Hooncorp 2. Sofa King, Fly Sky, Machin, and all the rest of the results on your screen. What an evening of racing, Chuck Norris.
Yeah, it's been an absolute good night of racing. Couldn't agree more there, Trev. So it was, long 4 hours. A little bit of rain came through, but, at the end of the day, it was just that brief little bit of shower that shook things up. But yeah, battles aplenty all the way through.
And I do believe we have some of our drivers coming in to the post-race press conference. And we're going to chat with our winner. I think we're just going to get one driver from each team. We'll just wing it here and see what happens. But Nemo, have you got us there? We might go with our race winner in your particular class. Nemo, mate, have you got us loud and clear?
Yeah, mate. Have you got me?
Always, mate. Everything working beautifully. Now, mate, talk us through the race. You stepped in there, got the job done. Keaton set the early groundwork, mate, and you took victory in the opening round of the new season. Talk us through it, you legend.
Oh, mate, Keaton was a legend. Double stinting at the start during the wet as well. And we were pretty good. Pretty fortunate that Hooncorp disconnected. Unlucky to them. They drove really well. It's not what you want to see. But it made our lives a hell of a lot easier. Gave it to Norm, and then Norm was brilliant, nice and consistent. And then gave it to me, and the last 20 minutes there, I had no force feedback, so I was sweating.
No, that's wow. It's always a challenge for sure, but definitely perfect result. You had a great weekend too, you guys. Really dominated in qualifying. Overall, happy with the weekend, or are there still areas where you guys can improve before the next round at Imola in a few weeks' time?
Outstanding weekend for us. It's what we wanted to do to start our defence. We've done it, and just really good team and good group of lads with the BCG boys. 3 cars inside the top 5, unreal. Just great weekend for us.
Great work, mate. Beautifully summed up. Thank you, Nemo, for joining us on behalf of BCG2 Racing. Perfect result for you guys tonight. Taking victory in the 4 hours of Valencia, mate. Well done. Thank you for joining us, mate. We'll speak to you soon.
Thanks, Trev. You legend.
I know, you're the legend. We all know that. But thank you, Nemo. Fantastic stuff. And Matt Simmons is joining us from BCG1, who finished in P2 along with Sidorg and Jono. Matt, have you got us there on the line?
Yeah, I do, Trev.
Great
Hope
stuff.
the boys doing well.
Always a pleasure. Thank you, my friend. Well, interesting race for you guys. I guess we didn't really follow your progress. Was it a funny race for you guys? I guess you were sort of on your own for large parts of that race. But how did you see things from your perspective and the viewpoint of BCG1 in that 4-hour race?
Yeah, look, like qualifying made it interesting, obviously with the whole weather shenanigans, and that put us potentially out of position a little bit. But Simon, as we know, what Simon can do at the start of a race. So he was looking forward to starting P13 and just seeing, and yeah, he was absolutely legendary in that first stint. Just worked his way right up to, I think it was P4 or P3. And yeah, and then did an amazing wet stint as always. So he's probably going to need to get a 100 rating for wet now, I think, after tonight. And yeah, by the time I got in the car, yeah, everything was basically the job was done. We just had to kind of bring it home and just make sure we kept it within the lines with no track limits and stuff, and was able to do that. Same with Jono. So it's really a flawless weekend for us as well, or flawless race, I should say. And yes, very happy to finish P2. Obviously, Nemo and the BCG2 boys, they were flawless again. So congrats on them again, the P1, and also Cave Racing for P3. They were right up there all day as well, which was great. But so yeah, I think we're very happy. Looking forward to Imola next round, and also big shout out to the BCG3 boys, probably team of the day, coming from, I think they were P31 after a couple of laps, almost last after a spin. To get back up to P5 is unreal. So it was definitely an eventful day for quite a few. But we're very happy with P2.
Great effort, mate. Perfectly summed up there. And yeah, great effort after the weather caught you guys out in qualifying, of course, outside the top 10. P2 in the end, mate. Matt, always a pleasure. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you next time out at Imola.
Cheers, boys. Thank you.
Great stuff.
Yes, we'll see you again soon.
Great stuff. The Matt Simmons there. Time for him to get back and give Hank a pat there. 2015 GT Academy champion, absolute superstar. Not that I have any favourites. As we move along, I don't think we've got anybody from Cave Racing. So we're going to go straight along to, I think we've got Hyperdrift on the line from Hooncorp 2, mate. Have you got us there?
Yeah, loud and clear, mate. Loud and clear.
Loud and clear. It's we've spoken to you already once this evening, mate. But talk us through you guys and the race you had, both yourself and Ikitosh. Happy with that result in the end, taking the victory in your class?
Well, taking victory, we couldn't be happier. Yeah, it was quite an eventful last hour. We'll right up there, and then we had a bit of an issue with a backmarker getting involved in our little battle we had, but no, it was a very eventful last hour. Couldn't have asked for any more out of the car, really, and Ika did a great job of keeping it in the lines. P6, can't complain with that. It's a bit of a shame for the other two Hooncorp cars. They had some technical difficulties, but we're happy just to bring it home and get some good points.
Well, mate, you did an absolutely fantastic job. Great way to start season 2 of this Australia-New Zealand Endurance Series. Both yourself and Ikitosh bringing it home, mate. That's all you need to do. Took a win in your class. Always a pleasure to chat with you, mate. We'll catch you next time out at Imola for round 2.
Cheers, thanks, boys. Look forward to it.
Great stuff. How good is he, Hyperdrift? And big shout out as well, of course, if you can hear me, Chuck Norris, to Super VT. Doing this race solo, of course, 4 hours of this race, managing to survive and taking home, or seeing the checkered flag and getting the car home. Always a great effort from Super VT, the VIP, of course. Great stuff. Thank you to everybody out there watching as well. We're almost time to wrap up here, but Nigerian Prince, if I've got you on the line still, I think some closing comments from yourself on what you saw in the previous 4 hours. Plenty of action and enough to keep us busy and keep us chatting right throughout this race tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. There was action aplenty the whole way through from start to finish. The rain shook things up again. It wasn't as heavy as what I was expecting, which was making me kind of think there was going to be a second period of rain there. But yeah, nonetheless, though, honestly, it was a great day. It looked like a great day for a majority of people. Sure, there were some disconnects and stuff like that, but it was round one, new season. It was a great way to kick things off. But a few weeks' time, we come back, we do it at Imola next time. 6 hours. It's going to be a good one.
It's going to be absolutely fantastic. Big shout out, Andrelli, Burra, Jason as well, Wilkinson, I should say, behind the scenes, who do a fantastic job. Andrelli for all the graphics, thumbnails, you name it, he does it. The grid graphics, the track preview, which is absolutely fantastic. And we absolutely love your work. Plenty of time dedicated to this series. Not only this series, KRL and all the other stuff we do. It's absolutely fantastic. Prince, it's our job to look pretty and turn up and talk about this, and hopefully we've kept everybody entertained. Super VT, everybody, there's too many to mention. Nismo, Snorky, Norm, Savage Duck, everybody in the chat, Riggsy as well, Big Gaza, and our 4 winners of the PSN vouchers as well, $25 going to Captain Muffin VTX, the Blind Man Matchin, and Gaz, all getting $25 vouchers. I think Gaz might have even got a $25,000 voucher there. He'll probably have to take that up with
Yeah.
with the people in charge. But it's been an absolute pleasure to bring this to you. Always plenty of work, like I said, goes on behind the scenes to put this stuff together. Absolute pleasure to bring it to you. We've got a new KRL season kicking off in a couple of weeks towards the end of April, so stay tuned on our social media pages for that, as well as the next round 2 of Season 2 of the Australian New Zealand Endurance Console Endurance Series on both PS5 and Xbox. The next round, of course, coming to you from Imola, and that is on June the 2nd, May 31st to June the 2nd over that weekend, so stay tuned for that. Prince, it's always been a pleasure. Thank you for joining us once again with you and your gorgeous voice here on commentary.
Always a pleasure, Trev.
All mine. Thank you very much. And like I said, big thank you to everybody for watching, everybody for racing, 70-plus drivers, 30-plus teams. That's been a wrap from the Valencia 4 Hours. Be kind to one another, and we'll see you next time. Bye for now.